platform. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mario. Are you loud and clear?
Speaker mic, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you.
There's no pin.
There's no pen.
Yeah,
My one is broken.
it's fine. I still use it. That. Oh, we want not yet. I think they
Madam Speaker,
Recording in progress.
May we now have a moment of silent prayer or meditation. May we be seated? Order, honorable members. Today, we have the questions to Cluster 5, Economics, to those ministers who are in that cluster. The first item on today's order paper, as indicated, will be addressed to ministers in Cluster 5. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication on which question their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, have been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the Vital platform is unable to do so, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the order paper. Order, honorable members, the first question has been asked by Honorable T.M. Langa to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. The question is, given that the outward selling mission to Riyadh is a positive step towards expanding the Republic's industrial footprint, what measures are in place to track tangible economic outcomes such as export growth and job creation? And how will the mission be leveraged to broaden industrial and investment partnerships with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia beyond the agro-processing and healthcare sectors? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The outward selling mission to Riyadh forms part of the implementation plan of the recently concluded Joint Economic Commission with Saudi Arabia in September 2025, which is a platform designed to follow up on the implement the outcomes of various high-level economic engagements and commitments between the two countries. Furthermore, the initiative is an integral part of the broader engagement with the Middle East, which aims to expand markets and diversify the basket of South African products exported to markets within the region. The primary objective is to facilitate access for South African value-added products and services into the Saudi Arabian market and to establish strategic partnerships between companies from both sides. Trade relations between South Africa and Saudi Arabia are premised on complementary capabilities and shared interests. To broaden industrial, trade and investment partnerships is part of ongoing activities. South Africa has prioritized additional value-added sectors such as infrastructure and engineering, capital equipment, automotive and chemicals as areas that align with South Africa's own industrial development priorities. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia serves as a key gateway for South African products into the region, while South Africa is also positioned as Saudi Arabia's natural gateway to the vast opportunities across the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary question will be given by T.M. Langa.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the response. I feel somehow you've touched on my follow-up question, but maybe if you can further enlighten. as in what specific opportunities or challenges were identified during these engagements that will inform the department's future strategies to ensure that South African companies not only enter a Saudi market, but are positioned to expand, compete sustainably, and translate this mission into tangible growth and in value-added exports and domestic job creation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think one, I have indicated the sort of sectors that we are targeting, but I'm going to choose one for purposes of illustrating the extent of engagement with the Saudis. Part of what's happening in Saudi Arabia is that they are evolving and developing an automotive sector, which is still at somewhat of a nascent stage in terms of its development. The engagement with them has included how we can enable South African component manufacturers to establish base in Saudi Arabia, of course, taking into account the policies of the kingdom, including Saudiization of certain sectors and industries, and therefore a call for partnership and not just individual entry. But we also have a number of enterprises that have identified other specific sectors. As Saudi is looking at diversifying its economy from oil, amongst the areas identified and already have a presence is in the property sector. So we've got property, we've got developers that have established in Saudi Arabia looking at opportunities. We're also engaging on the pharmaceutical industry with regards to opportunities to either expand and or increase our export into the Saudi Arabian economy. So to a large extent, it is, of course, industry specific. We had bilateral engagements between government to government, but we also had B2B, business to business engagements. And a lot of partnerships are evolving at the back of those agreements. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Masina.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Just as a follow-up question on the Riyadh mission, whether or not you have allocated some time bound to relook into the commitment that have been made to guarantee the real export expansion, concrete investment flows, as well as the issues of localization. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the chair of our committee. We have agreed with the Saudis that the next Joint Economic Council would focus on reviewing the process of implementation. And we agreed to this because a lot of our interface has been somewhat haphazard and not particularly organized. So individual businesses identify opportunities and get into the Saudi market. In the engagements we had at the Joint Economic Council, we agreed that that would serve as a mechanism of oversight, but also would enable us to monitor implementation that happens at different levels. We're also engaged in discussions on a bilateral investment treaty with the Saudis that should be able to open up greater opportunities on both sides, and that's part of negotiations that are currently underway. We have exchanged the draft with them, and we have been engaged in negotiations with them to finalize the bilateral investment treaty, which we would want to finalize and conclude on in the Joint Economic Council that takes place next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Three.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, how will the outward selling mission of the department, the outward selling mission and or the department, address the potential challenges or barriers to entry in the Saudi Arabian market, such as regulatory hurdles or competition from local companies, and have any preferential trade agreements, inclusive of SADC, been recommended to mitigate this? If so, could you please give details of these agreements, and if not, why not?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks, Honorable Trin. As indicated earlier, we are engaged in a bilateral investment treaty discussion with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which would govern either tariff concessions, issues with regards to sanitary and phytosanitary regulations in as far as agricultural products would be involved, but also how do we collaborate on standard setting, particularly to the extent that they would require particular standards that match between us and them for purposes of being able to export into that market. So we are at that point of the discussions with the Saudis about finalizing the bilateral investment treaty, which would then open up greater opportunities. To re-emphasize the point, it doesn't mean that South African companies have not accessed the Saudi market from an investment and trade point of view, but right now we're working on finalizing a treaty and enabling smoother and better access to market on both sides. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Sazo Webster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I think it's broadly agreed and understood that our own export competitiveness in a changing geopolitical environment is going to depend on our ability to diversify trade partners. And so given this, one would want the minister to then be able to confirm or explain whether this particular mission forms part of a broader, coherent regional export strategy, which would be for the Middle East and the broader Gulf Cooperation Council region being one of the fastest growing import regions. That's the first. And then the second part of the question you've responded to partially, which is about whether there were any specific market access mechanisms that were agreed to or that are now actually being pursued to ensure that actually this becomes measurable and this becomes something that is executable and implementable, particularly for emerging and small-scale exporters.
Honourable Member, your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The engagement with the Saudis is part of the process of engaging with the GCC region in particular. We have had bilateral engagements so far with the UAE, with Saudi Arabia. We had recent engagements with Qatar, but we've also agreed that we need to engage with the GCC as a collective, but appreciate that individual countries do get to engage in bilateral agreements. So we're pursuing it as part of an overall strategy. In relation to access to market, I should confirm that, in fact, one of the retailers in that area has created access for South African products on their shelves. So as part of promoting access to market, products that emerge from South Africa have dedicated shelf space in one of the larger retail enterprises that exist there. And that's part of how we're creating market access and have agreed on the expansion of the list of products that would be able to place there. Now, that's at a retail site, but there are also, as indicated earlier, engagements around property, around mining equipment, and other areas of opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question number 1185 has been asked by the Honorable MC Tikhale on the Minister of Small Business Development. The question is, in context of the Republic hosting the G20 summit, how is the department leveraging its strategic membership in the G20 to advance inclusive and sustainable economic growth that attracts both domestic and foreign investment to enhance industrialization and expand access to global markets? What specific measures and/or policy interventions have been pursued through G20 platform and engagements to strengthen the development of micro, small, and medium enterprises, especially township-based businesses? Minister.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for this question. I must indicate that G20 served as a showcase for our own country as a prime destination for investment. And honorable members here, they know that we had more than 200 G20 related events which were hosted locally. People in the townships got a feel of what is happening with the G20. But at the center of this is the work that we had conducted as the portfolio which had a responsibility to coordinate the Startup 20, which was the first of its kind for it to be given to a government department, considering that in the past two hosts, it has never happened, but it was purely driven by civil society. But the South African government saw the need to say the department must be responsible for that. We then hosted our own summit on the 13th and the 14th, which convened more than 41 countries that gathered in South Africa, which shows a dedication and commitment in saying we want to work with South Africa to improve how the startups are operating and therefore give access to markets, access to finances that our people need, whilst we are dealing with a regulatory environment that prohibits our entrepreneurs from being able to trade at times outside the country and within the country. We had also came up with policy recommendations that we are happy to say they were included in the Leaders Summit declaration, which was adopted overwhelmingly. And Honorable Speaker, this is the work that we say it paves the way for the policy direction that we are taking as the department in order to make sure that the entrepreneurs are able to participate meaningfully in their own economy. Thank you once more.
Thank you. The first supplementary question is by Ms. MC Dikhale.
It's Honorable Molotsane. I will ask on behalf of MC Dikhale. Minister, given the response, can you specify the concrete outcomes, timelines, and measurable indicators that will demonstrate how the department's G20 engagements are being translated into an increased investment and industrialization opportunities for South Africa, and be direct, tangible support for SMMEs development, particularly for township-based enterprises, so we can access whether this intervention are yielding meaningful economic impact? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. As I said, it was the first of its kind, the SU20. So one of the outcomes of the summit was to ensure that South Africa establishes an NPC, which will make sure that there's continuation of the work that has been started during this G20 presidency period. So that's the first thing that we are celebrating, because it means rather than organizations coming up together and say, this is what we can do, there's going to be continuation and monitoring of what must happen. The second aspect is that amongst the task forces that were established is the one that is looking at the township and rural enterprise programs, which then came up with some recommendations, and we are using those policy recommendations to beef up our own township and rural economic development policy, which we have already spoken about in the portfolio committee, which now awaits processes that goes to cabinet so that we can take it for gazetting. All these, honorable members, mean that there's going to be a clear direction building from the work that has been done by the task forces under SU20, but also integrating that to the work of government that we already do, working with the private sector to say there's a need to invest massively in township and rural businesses without them being consumers of products that come outside the townships and the rural areas. Thank you once more.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary is by Honorable HCC Kruger.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, the small business startup ecosystem, as discussed at the SU20 summit 2 weeks ago, should be the engine room for innovation, productivity, and job creation. However, startups are throttled by red tape, fragmented support programs, and the department that talks about entrepreneurship but fails to build an environment where small business startups can survive beyond the first year. So, Minister, will you commit the department that funding will no longer be captured by intermediaries and red tape heavy agencies, but instead be for the full benefit of startup entrepreneurs themselves? And will you, Minister, share the framework for implementation with this August House? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member, who is a member of the Portfolio Committee, knows the plans that we have tabled and adopted by Portfolio Committee on how to deal with red tape. And yes, he knows that we fully agree that SMMEs are indeed the engine of our economy. And that's why we're building from the work that was done in the SU20. Definitely the Honorable Member knows that I cannot come up with a framework right now. It would need us to do the work that we need to do because all the frameworks that we have worked on have been tabled to the Portfolio Committee. Therefore, the inclusion or the integration of the outcomes of the SU20 into the work that we do requires processing, as I said earlier, which must first go to Cabinet, and then we come back and say, this is how we are going to implement some of those interventions. The Honourable Member once more knows that we are doing work in order to support the entrepreneurs in the township and rural areas. He had supported the plans in the committee. Thank you once more, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable MC Mafagane.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Minister, taking into account that most of the benefits of G20 are largely heavily tilted towards large economies, to the detriment of economies such as South Africa and smaller African countries, what strategies have you considered to mitigate the widening gap between the micro enterprises of smaller economies against the larger developed economies? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. And indeed, this is what has been happening every time the G20 has been hosted. It had prioritized the large economies until it happened on the African soil and things changed. And this is evidence through the leaders' declaration. If you look at paragraph 38, it clearly commits the leaders of the summit to say they recognize the MSMEs, not only as the engines to drive economic development, but also to put efforts, which is why we have seen most of the heads of states committing what is it that they're going to be doing in order to address the gap that we're talking about, investing in Africa, most importantly, supporting the beneficiation program that we talk about as part of our growth in terms of the investment, but to say there's a need for us to deal even with the finance reforms on how to provide finance to countries like South Africa and the African continent. Therefore, we are happy people. This G20 has really been a success and a victory for small enterprises in our country. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable MS Gwangwa.
NLS, Speaker.
Thank you. Very much. NLS.
Yeah, thank you. Speaker, the startup initiative, which the minister already referred to, could serve indeed as a long-term solution to persistent problems facing small businesses and SMMEs. For example, countries like India have achieved successful startup growth and attracted foreign investment through targeted government interventions in policy reforms, grants, and access to venture capital. And in 2025 alone, they've raised 12 billion rands, $12 billion for startup funding. Are we, since we had bilaterals, I'm sure with India, have we discussed such initiatives to find out how they managed to mobilize that funding, which could actually assist the small businesses in our country that are struggling to access funding? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, NLS. Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Indeed, one of the task forces that we had under the SU20 is the task force that deals with the financing, as I mentioned earlier. But in order for that to be realized, we needed to make sure that we engage not only as lawmakers, but also the civil society and the banking institutions to come to the party, because most of the challenges are experienced when it comes to that work. Yes, we had lots of bilaterals, and indeed commitments were made, including those that talk to creating some funds that must flow into Africa to support the work that is being done by the South African government. So it's not only India, Honourable Member. Stay tuned. We'll come to you once everything is finalized. Minister Pakstow, Minister of Finance, they also finalizing on this work that we are doing. We'll come to you as this House and table with timeframes, clear targets that we've set for ourselves, and how much have we managed to secure for the benefit of the small enterprises development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. We will stay tuned. Question number 1249 has been asked by Honorable N.L. Hlazo Webster to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. The question is whether his department has identified specific sectors under its National Township Economic Development Program. If not, why not? If so, what are the details of the targeted sectors and the total number of jobs targeted to be created in the next 3 by the sectors, 3 years rather, by the 3 sectors? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. While we consider a National Township Economic Development Program, the following sectors have been identified and supported through various policy tools of the DTIC: retail, clothing, textile, leather and footwear, furniture making, auto mechanics and repairs, agro-processing, ICT and digital services, machinery and equipment, and also global business services. The focus is on the creation of backward linkages between, for example, special economic zone-based economic activities and township and or rural-based MSMEs. Although the consolidation of reliable data and information is an ongoing exercise, primarily information shows that more than 100,000 jobs can be created from these respective priority sectors in the next 4 years, noting the hostile economic trade environment currently experienced in various sectors. The department is consulting widely to systematically develop a digitally based coherent platform which will enable the effective monitoring and evaluation of impact engendered by these various interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable N.L. Hlazo Webster.
Thank you, Minister. Given the plans that you have outlined to monitor the impact, but also to ensure that there's implementation that takes place, are there specific townships where the rollout has begun for each of these sectors? Secondly, is there any commitment that has been made to designating any of these townships as special economic zones in order to accelerate investment, infrastructure support, and job creation in those specific townships?
Honorable Minister.
We are currently reviewing, if I may start at the end, we're currently reviewing the special economic zone policy and program, firstly to align with industrial parks, because we have historic industrial parks that have existed in the townships and rural areas that have become derelict because there's no policy and programmatic support for this. So we're seeking to align them directly with the special economic zone policy and framework for purposes of implementation. These would be duly designated in partnership with provincial and local government, because the revised SEZ framework has actually said that it rather be a partnership between the spheres of government as opposed to it being in a situation where either a municipality or province applies and government comes in at the end of the process. Rather, let us plan jointly so that we're able to execute jointly and align our efforts and initiatives. There are a number of interventions that have been made. For example, we've got global business services companies that are locating in townships. We've got support for retail enterprises, including, in fact, at a micro level. You would know that last year we announced with Minister Ndabeni, we announced with Minister Ndabeni the fund to support spaza shops, because we understood the challenges that these retailers are facing in the township. And this was across the board throughout the country. So we've got different initiatives that we're supporting. There are areas where we're supporting the automotive sector, and amongst others, at the top of my mind, I can think of Alexandra, but there are various other initiatives that are there, and we can collate this for purposes of the members' question, so that we give a comprehensive view of what support has been provided in the townships. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Maybe in that comprehensive response, you would answer the question that Honorable Hlazo Webster has just raised to say, are they designated? I know you've mentioned Alexander, but maybe when you come back, you can indicate whether they are designated townships and which ones are those. Honorable RKJ Mishwe, Reverend.
Thank you, Speaker. During the President's first SONA since the establishment of the Government of National Unity, he emphasized, among others, inclusive economic growth and poverty reduction that would hopefully translate into job creation. What I want to know, Minister, is whether government has monitoring mechanisms in place to verify that the projected township job creations are realistic and achieved within the next 3 to 4 years, within the context of the targeted sectors you just gave us earlier on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mishwe. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just starting with the point that the Madam Speaker raised, there hasn't been any township designation of a special economic zone. And the revised policy seeks to enable that. Sorry about that. With regards to monitoring, I did indicate in my initial reply that we are currently consulting widely to systematically develop a digitally based, coherent platform that would enable monitoring of economic activity in the townships and including the process of implementation of these initiatives. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable NLS.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Minister, the National Township Economic Development Program has the potential to transform townships from reservoirs of cheap labor and limited consumption markets into viable and formal township economies. To achieve this, obviously, you've already outlined what the process is going to be, but our interest as the UDM specifically is that what indicators is your department using to measure the economic impact of this National Township Economic Development Program on job creation and local economic growth, and how that specifically benefits especially small businesses? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's possibly a repeat of an earlier question, slightly differently. I have indicated that we are working on a system that enables monitoring of development in townships. And currently it's happening and functioning at different levels. I know, for example, that in the Gauteng province, a comprehensive study was undertaken with regards to township economic activity. But that is not the same throughout the provinces. So we're developing a system to enable us to monitor these interventions that we make in the townships and the changes that they are able to introduce. We do agree that the program has great potential to significantly change the face of our historically black townships that were labor reservoirs into integrated townships, so to say. And we think that that monitoring tool would enable us to have a much more scientific basis on which we'd be able to monitor activity and supplement whatever support programs we develop for the townships. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question on this one is from Honorable SM Gam. Ghana.
Minister, let's start by welcoming the discussion paper from National Treasury on the National Online Gambling Tax that was released yesterday. The thriving business in the townships, which is a late entry, has been the gambling outlets. It's very thriving in the townships. I want to check with you, how are you going to assist businesses that are based in the township, that manufacture in the townships, to benefit from government procurement. Because one of the problems is that they are unable to sell in the private space. How are you going to ensure that they then benefit through government procurement? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much once again, Madam Speaker. I think in relation to procurement, part of that has to be resolved through the regulations that Minister of Finance has indicated he'll be publishing soon that would focus on the implementation of the national procurement policies. So there are regulations that are supposed to be designated to enable direct procurement from township-based enterprises. And this would include localization. It would include areas such as spatial bias in certain procurement areas. And that's part of the regulatory process that's currently being considered and would be presented by Minister of Finance. On our side, we're working on an implementation plan. So we're not sitting and waiting for the regulations to be completed before we start looking at how we implement what opportunities could be presented for direct procurement and supply chain opportunities in townships and rural areas. I should come back to the point that it's also rural areas. I've been saying townships, which might suggest a bias. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question is question 1226, which has been asked by Honorable T. Chance to the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition. The question is with reference to the recent frank dialogue on broad-based Black economic empowerment, where he expressed his support for a review of the BEE policy and the architecture of the entire transformation program, policies and instruments. In what form does he intend to initiate the specified review, and how does the review fit in with the growth and inclusion strategy of the Government of National Unity? Honorable Minister.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. The review would be implemented in two phases. The first phase will be a short-term review, which will focus on refinement and review of subordinate legislation, namely regulations, codes of good practice, guidelines and practice notes that are within the legislative competence of the minister. This should be completed by the end of this financial year. Parallel to that, we've been in a process of consultation to finalize the Transformation Fund, and the implementation of the Transformation Fund is also part of the review process as we seek to aggregate different funding instruments to maximize value. The second phase is a long-term review, which involves a review of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act for substantive amendments. The review of the Act aligns with South Africa's growth and inclusion strategy of the government. The path to economic growth, inclusion, and transformation is underpinned by broad-based Black economic empowerment through preferential procurement policies. This approach helps create jobs in marginalized communities, strengthen local supply chains, and ensure that economic benefits are widely shared. Therefore, reviewing the Act in the context of socio-economic shifts ensures that South Africa's legal framework supports broader transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable M.M. Luli.
Thank you, Speaker. The Democratic Alliance last month published our economic inclusion for all bill for public comments. Institutions such as Efficient Group and the Institute of Race Relations, as well as international investors, particularly in the USA, have urged South Africa to move away from race-based policies, which enable the continued capture of economic opportunities by a small minority, leaving the vast majority wallowing in poverty. When will the ANC realize that its race-based policy of empowerment will simply be gamed by its patronage machine, and that only a completely new approach will achieve the economic growth and job creation this country so desperately needs? Thank you.
Thank you. Order, Honorable Nduli. Minister, I'm sure you are making a follow-up question to Minister. You are not asking the ANC. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand Honorable Ndluli's difficulties today as we engage with this particular item. I don't want me to respond. Okay. Firstly, let me say that at the core of the South African problem is the historic subjugation of Black people to oppression, discrimination, in all forms that you can imagine, including brutality, to ensure that Black people do not gain access to economic opportunity. 1994 represented a breakthrough in creating a democratic dispensation, but 1994 up till 2025 have not resolved the historic challenge of the oppression and discrimination of Black people and lack of access to equitable economic opportunity. And until this problem has been resolved, if I may digress, Madam Speaker, the ANC will never dump it. The ANC's purpose of existence is the national liberation of Black people, including from the economic bondage that was created by apartheid. That's the sole purpose of our existence, to transform this country into a truly equitable country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Koza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Minister, your GNU partners have come out open to oppose the BE and transformative measures in the country. What influence will their opposition to BE have on this review you are talking about? Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, the Speaker, Madam Speaker. Minister Chris just helped me to say, I said sole purpose, not sole purpose, but primary task of the African National Congress. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, the matter of broad-based Black economic empowerment is actually covered in the statement of intent of the Government of National Unity, because we identified the need in the negotiations that established this government for the need to ensure that we secure the task of transformation and development. And therefore, that level of redress is critical to this government. Will there be processes of engaging in policy, having different perspectives in government? Certainly those would be welcome. We always welcome contributions to debate and discourse as the ANC. So to the extent that other colleagues would want to introduce a discussion, would welcome that. But I can tell you without any shadow of doubt that our position and the position of this government as prescribed, one, by the Constitution that seeks redress, legislation that seeks redress, and action that seeks to achieve that redress, is not something that we're going to suddenly wake up and decide that actually, as was suggested earlier, this is functioning to the detriment of the economy. In fact, for those who have argued some numbers that are strange in the newspapers of talking about the number of people that have been empowered and so on and so on, they fundamentally misread and misunderstood what broad-based Black economic empowerment is about and what the pillars of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act are. Because there are 5 pillars. Even if you focus on the one that you are misquoting, you're simply ignoring the other 4 because it is convenient to you. It can't be. At least when we have a debate, let us use facts and not thumbsuck for purposes of presenting our argument. And that, I think, is our position on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable R.A.P. Trolip.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, notwithstanding your response to the first follow-up question, your alleged bar turn and expression of support after frank dialogue, quote unquote, must have been predicated on some revelation about broad-based Black economic empowerment. In explaining what predicated this commitment and to whom, please advise how you propose to move away from the cosmetic compliance focused on elite-driven empowerment,
that will ensure real economic access for historically disadvantaged communities, that will promote long-term structural changes to education impact, infrastructural development, entrepreneurial empowerment, and social equity, that aligns empowerment with opportunity and economic participation, as envisaged in Action SA's policy of inclusive economic empowerment.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act has 5 pillars. The one is equity, and to suggest that equity has been abused by everybody that has an equity opportunity in enterprise is actually a misnomer. There are many enterprises that have created empowerment schemes and programs that enabled equity in participation in the enterprise. But the Act also includes enterprise and supplier development. It places a responsibility on measured entities to provide enterprise and supplier development, and by implication, that is about capacity building. It also enables access to procurement opportunities in those enterprises that facilitate ESD. So for a company to be able to measure and say, we reach level 1, BBBE, it means that you've touched the indicator on enterprise and supplier development. So you are able to say, this, I've touched this. You're able to say, I've touched the area of skills in relation to broad-based black economic empowerment. You're able to say, I've touched the area of employment equity in relation to broad-based black economic empowerment. So to suggest that, in fact, broad-based black economic empowerment has not reached a vast number of people, it is a fundamental misunderstanding of the policy, because you don't actually measure, those who are employed in terms of employment equity, who hold management positions in the public service, in the private sector, in NGOs, etc., including here in Parliament, who hold senior positions on the basis of a deliberate program of ensuring access to opportunity. And then it also has to do with the social investment component. Now, you have to understand the whole Act to be able to start arguing and say, this is what the Act says. Now, what we have said is, any policy requires constant review in terms of its efficacy, its implementation plans, and progress that you're making in that regard. And we have said, let us relook at what has not worked and what has worked, so that what has not worked...
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable M.A. Maimane, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good afternoon, Minister. I think it's common cause for there are glaring differences on this issue of redress, certainly amongst the GNU partners. My issue at core is the fact that gains as an economic strategy that's been tabled, one of its key components is to increase in fixed investment rate to 25% of GDP. Now, Minister, South Africa Inc., as per the PBO report, is holding on to 1.8 trillion rands in cash reserves. I think it was one of your colleagues who said that a policy of equity equivalence has been considered, certainly for some of the US-based companies. My question, more specific to you, is whether in guiding the review, are you looking at introducing a similar policy to South African companies so as to stimulate investment from their part, so that it doesn't become such that a citizen could sit elsewhere and say, I'm not going to invest where South African companies are not.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Are you going to expand equity equivalence?
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
The provision for equity equivalence was created to enable foreign direct investors that are multinationals to be able to invest and benefit as empowered companies, if you like, using equity equivalent programs, because this would be on the basis of companies saying, I'm a multinational, I'm listed on the New York Stock Exchange or wherever, I'm investing in South Africa, I do want to meet your broad-based black economic empowerment policy objectives. Therefore, can we have a mechanism through which we do everything else, but on the equity side, we're able to invest cash in the program? And that is the purpose of the objective. Now, you're not talking in the context of South African companies because these are already invested in the South African economy. Are we looking at mechanisms through which locally based enterprises could be able to participate in a scheme of one form or the other? It is part of the discussions that we're pursuing in terms of the transformation fund. One of the things, though, we should guard against is the dilution of transformation and empowerment by creating multiple schemes that undermine the transformation objectives. So as long as we put the objective there and we achieve it, the mechanics we can always work around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Question 1186 has been asked by Honorable Masina to the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition. The question is, given the global trade and investment climate, by what date does he intend to table the industrial policy for the Republic, whether the specified policy and its key features have been broadly canvassed with key stakeholders? If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the relevant details? Honorable Minister.
My apologies, Speaker. I have my hand raised for quite a while. I'm not sure if you've seen it. On the point of...
No, I hadn't seen it, but I see it now. What is the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when I was presenting my question, my video was disabled by the host. I am going to be speaking later on in the session, so I'm not sure why it was disabled. So if I could ask if you could just check with the technical staff whether there's a problem, but I noticed that with some of the others, the videos were not disabled. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Thring. We will check. I'm not sure how you were able to see others that their videos were disabled. I suppose you are one wherever you are. There are not many to be able. No,
Speaker. Speaker, it wasn't others.
Honorable,
it was mine, Speaker, not others.
Honorable Thring, I said we will follow up on your issue.
But Speaker, you have misquoted me.
No, I haven't misquoted you. Thank you. Honorable Kaula, be in order. The next question, Honorable Member, has been asked by Honorable Masina, and I'm now giving the Minister an opportunity to answer.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. The National Industrial Policy is currently in the cabinet cycle. It has been considered by the cluster, was due for consideration today at the subcommittee. Unfortunately, we could not process it because we ran out of time, but I can confirm that it is part of the cabinet cycle and would be considered as part of this process. We are hoping that it would be able to serve in the next cabinet meeting and would be able to finalize that, but to confirm that it is within the cycle of cabinet. Global trade and investment are increasingly shaped by rising trade barriers, shifting supply chains, climate pressures, technological change, and slowing foreign investment flows. Given these domestic and international pressures, this creates existential urgency for South Africa to finalize its industrial policy plan. The development of the draft National Industrial Policy has been broadly canvassed through multiple deep dive strategic sessions, sectoral research, and input from various experts, stakeholders, and industry associations. I should also confirm that tomorrow we are engaging at NATLEC with all the social partners on the National Industrial Policy, amongst others. The draft is a culmination of various iterations reflecting the rich input and comments received. The Economic Research Institute, namely the Trade and Industrial Policy Strategies, provided the research support to inform policy and the output of this research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The first supplementary is by Honorable Masina.
Thank you, Minister. The further question is whether or not the industrial strategy will be embedded in the provincial growth and development strategy as well as the local IDP to ensure that the implementation is coherent across the layers of government, and how are we going to make sure that the implementation of this draft becomes an enforceable governance obligation across all spheres of government rather than the voluntary coordination process. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. I should say that we had also presented to MINMEC and do intend to have a further discussion with MINMEC because we presented at an initial phase. The next session, we're requesting Honorable Ndabeni a meeting of MINMEC to be able to present the National Industrial Policy. And through MINMEC, we'd be able to monitor and align what happens between the three spheres of government so that it's not just the national policy, but it's actually aligned at the different levels and spheres of government. In terms of implementation, we're going to look at various instruments of implementation, and those instruments, for example, would include fiscal instruments that primarily would be coming from a national level in terms of implementation. National policies, including special economic zone legislation, would also be invoked for purposes of implementation. So we're not trying to recreate everything. In fact, we're trying to consolidate our efforts in this regard. What we're going to have to do to ensure that we comply is to go back to the policy that was adopted by government with regards to the district development model. The obligation, which historically we have not done, of the DTIC and other economic partners or sister departments engaging at the level of the district and identifying individual projects, initiatives, and programs that we drive at that level and institutionalize it through the district development model is what will ensure success of the implementation process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The next question is from Honorable M.M. Dluli.
Minister, before you table the new industrial policy, will you make available to Parliament the full diagnostic assessments of previous industrial policy shortcomings, together with the economic modeling assumptions underpinning the new framework, so that we can assess whether it is credible and aligned to the GNU's growth and inclusion plan? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Sorry. The review process has included an assessment of what is currently there, and we should be able to share it. So there shouldn't be a problem in sharing any information from a research point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question is from Honorable A.D. Priestley.
Afternoon, Minister. The manufacturing sector in South Africa is bleeding. In your opinion, what is the greatest opportunity to turn this around, and how will this be practically addressed in the industrial policy? We need practical, pragmatic, bold initiatives as opposed to less policy and less talk. Thank you.
Honorable Beasley, you only greet the minister, you don't greet all of us. Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are the most special one. Beasley just said, good afternoon, Honorable Minister, not even to say, honorable members. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Part of the interventions are also about stopping the bleeding. As you would know, we've had instances of deindustrialization, particularly in the ferroalloy sectors, with a particular focus on chrome. We are taking an all-of-government approach, aligning between the various departments to mitigate the impact on the chrome sector. Amongst others, there are engagements with ESCOM and Minister Ramakgopa in his office to ensure that we're able to address issues of electricity pricing. There are issues of export support measures that we're looking at, and these have been published for public consultation and engagement, and we're looking at different elements of what these export control measures could be considered for purposes of implementation. One of the things that makes our manufacturing sector not as competitive as historically was is, of course, the sort of margins that they are able to get. Now, for you to be able to address that, you need to reduce the cost of doing business, address the efficiency of doing business, but also provide the financial incentives and support systems, including business capability support. And we're looking at different interventions. We're working with the Japanese on the Kaizen industrialization efficiency model for South African industry. We're looking at various incentives, working with National Treasury to support particular sectors that would require support, but we're also creating access to market, because if you are able to export your goods, then you are able to produce and get competitive prices overseas. So it's a multiplicity of initiatives to support manufacturing in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary on this question is from Honorable I. Ismail Musa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me cover up for my honorable colleague, honorable minister, honorable members. Industrial policy is a catalyst for economic rejuvenation to tackle global challenges such as unemployment, poverty, and climate change. Our industrial policy puts much emphasis on localization, and the perception is that it lacks sufficient support for competitive industries. From Al-Jamaah's perspective, can the Honourable Minister kindly verify whether targeted sectors from the localization market receive sufficient state backing and exposure to global competition?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we do provide support to various sectors depending on the nature of sector and the competitiveness levels, but also the policy instruments that are in place. We've got incentives in the automotive sector. We've got safeguard measures that we implement for particular industries where these are overwhelmed by imports and cheap imports that might either not be meeting our standards and or incentivized in their countries. So we've got a variety of programs to ensure that we're able to support local industry to become competitive, not only for the local market, but also to focus on the external market and ensuring that our goods and products are available into these markets and we're able to give them necessary support. So part of what we've been doing is, in certain instances, sector-based support programs. How do we create, now that we've created access to market for the automotive component industry, what sort of support programs do we need to tailor-make to support that level of engagement? And those are sometimes individual sector interventions that we're looking at to support industrialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next question, question 1199, has been asked by the Honourable S.I. Gama to the Minister of Transport. The question is, given her recent announcement that she has shortlisted 11 train operating companies to be given access to the freight infrastructure of Transnet, and noting that their sustainability will be based on volumes of cargo that each of them will be transporting over the network, how many volumes of cargo will each specified company have to carry in order to break even, and whether each company will be charged exactly the same access fee by the Transnet infrastructure manager? Honourable Minister.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. Transnet is not in a position to determine or comment on the commercial or financial break-even point of external train operating companies. The financial viability of each train operating company is determined by a number of different factors, such as individual operating costs, the efficiency of each company's locomotive fleet, the availability and condition of the wagon fleet, staffing models, financial obligations, commodity contracts, and the commercial arrangements it makes with its customers. Each train operating company is therefore responsible for assessing its own commercial sustainability and determining the financial break-even point applicable to its operations. On question B, the tariffs to be charged by the Transnet infrastructure management, as per the network statement, were arrived at through a consultative and transparent process with the industry that was led by the Interim Rail Economic Regulatory Capacity. In the future, the tariffs will be determined by the Transport Economic Regulator which will develop a rail tariff regulatory methodology as one of its priorities. The Transport Economic Regulator Board was appointed on the 13th of September and gazetted on the 24th of October, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary question will be from Honorable Gama.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable members.
Order, Honorable Deputy Minister, whom we cannot say who you are now. Can you please mute? Thank you. Honorable Gama.
Okay, you'll credit my time back, Speaker.
It never moved.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Minister, we asked you the question about the volumes, but it looks like although you shortlisted, you went to ask Transnet about this issue. This is a system-wide question about the viability of bringing 11 different companies to run trains on the network. What we want to know is what are the new volumes that you envisage that these 11 train operating companies are going to carry? Where are these volumes going to come from? Are these going to be viable? Because you've taken a Canadian model or a United States model without looking at the density of the freight and brought in these 11 companies. So what we want to understand, what are the corridor mapping forecasts that you've done to verify volumes to make sure that these entities are going to be viable and that the state will not in future be subsidizing unviable train operating companies?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for the supplementary question, Honorable Gama. Transnet, Gama. Honorable Gama, my apologies. The Transnet actually shortlisted the companies, not the Department of Transport. And we envisage that over a 2-year period, these companies collectively could add an additional 20 million tons of freight per annum to the total volume of freight that is carried on the Transnet network. You are quite correct when you say the state has no intention of subsidizing these operators. They must function on a commercial basis. And judging by the level of interest we had, these companies definitely believe that it will be possible for them to make money and add to the total amount of freight that is carried on our network. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next follow-up question will be from Honorable C.N. Malimecha.
Dumela, Speaker.
Dumela.
Thobela, Minister. What is the basis of the agreement as well as benefit for Transnet between Transnet and the 11 shortlisted company operating certain rail corridors of freight rail? The economic benefit for the country from this approach of public-private partnership in freight rail? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malimecha. One of the factors that is inhibiting Transnet from reaching the target of 250 million tons of freight per annum is a shortage of rolling stock and locomotives. Accordingly, Transnet has invited third-party participants to participate on 5 priority freight corridors. Those would be the corridors that carry bulk minerals. It would also be the general freight corridor that runs from Gauteng to the city of eThekwini. So the intention is to increase the amount of freight that is carried on the Transnet network And that obviously benefits the country in the sense that we are currently underperforming in terms of appetite from the private sector to move freight on rail. It also assists the country because it assists us in moving freight off the highways back onto rail, which assists us in terms of condition of the road network and also, of course, road safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable C.H.H. Hassinger.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, would these 11 TOCs be allowed to maintain the infrastructure on which they rely to make a profit?
Honorable Minister.
The TOCs haven't asked to participate in maintaining infrastructure. You would be aware that we put out a request for information for private sector companies that would be interested in investing in the infrastructure in the 5 priority corridors. Our view is that there was a lot of interest in that. We received 163 responses. We hope to put out the first request for proposals, but before the end of the year, and 3 more early in the new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable MP Kobe.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be taking it for Honorable Kobe.
Thank you.
Minister, given the fact that the state's capacity has been hollowed out to such an extent that they cannot provide the outsourced services, and that the rail infrastructure has been so badly maintained by, amongst others, the member who asked you this question, and allowed to be devastatingly vandalized that the network cannot carry the required volumes with the concomitant destruction of the road network, how will these 11 train operating companies provide the contracted services effectively? And what is the intended lifespan of these contracts? And does the minister foresee that these will revert back to the state, and when?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, yes, it's true. The state of the infrastructure is also a capacity constraint. However, Transnet itself has invested a fair amount of money in maintenance. We've also applied for money from the budget facility for infrastructure, and we were given 8.3 billion in equity in the medium-term budget adjustment. So we do envisage that the Transnet network can carry higher volumes of freight than it is currently carrying. At the moment, we reckon we are averaging somewhere in the region of about 174 million tons of freight per annum. There is no intention for these companies that are privately operated to become state-operated companies.
Thank you. Can we now move to the next question? Question 1235, which has been asked by Honorable Matthias to Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. The question is whether, in view of his nationwide program of issuing title deeds to persons and considering the nature of land holding in the Republic, in which a very tiny minority owns the bulk of the land and are able to buy off land from small-time title deed holders, he has found that giving out title deeds is a progressive form of land redistribution in South Africa. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the relevant details? Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker. Afternoon to members, honorable members. Yes, issuing title deeds to the beneficiaries strengthens the land redistribution program by providing security of tenure and altering the land ownership patterns in South Africa. Furthermore, title deeds provide the new owners with an opportunity to attract private capital to invest in their land, thus creating job opportunities as well as contributing to the economy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Matias, you'll take the first supplementary.
Honorable Speaker, considering that 2 land audits already done by the department pointed to a phenomenon of consolidation of land ownership into fewer hands by largely companies, trusts, and individuals, meaning that more land is concentrated in fewer hands at the expense of people whose land is being purchased and bought over. In light of this, Honorable Minister, has the Minister considered a risk of commodifying land and that this may lead to potential of having those who are landless currently getting even more landless going forward because of this phenomenon? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Matias, the Minister says if you can please repeat the question.
Maybe I must move nearer to you.
Honorable Matias, no, just be where you are in your allocated seat.
I'm asking the Minister, considering that 2 audits already are pointing out to a phenomenon of consolidation of land purchased by rich individuals and companies, and that deprived of the landless of owning land because of the program he has embarked upon. I'm asking the Minister, having considered all of this, is this not posing a risk of commodifying land with the potential of rendering those who are already landless becoming even landless in the greater proportions of numbers going forward?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. No, Honorable Matias said the issuing of title deeds is not handing land back to the previous owners. We have not considered that view because as we keep on issuing title deeds, communities are happy and communities are realizing that land patterns are changing in South Africa. So we have not considered the view to change this pattern.
Order.
Should we?
You can proceed, Minister.
I'm done.
Thank you. Honorable Ndalane.
Can I have the pleasure of saying I didn't hear what he said?
You can take a seat then. Minister, if you can please assist Honorable Matias, say he didn't hear what you said.
I'm saying to him, we have not considered any options.
Can the Minister not address me as
Can you please?
Can he please not address me as him?
Honorable Matias.
Can he please address me appropriately?
Honorable Matias, please take a seat. You are not even given the Speaker to assist you when you decide to take matters into your own hands. Honorable Minister, you will respond to the member through the Speaker. Thank you. You can respond.
Should I raise my voice or?
It's okay, I can hear you.
Okay. No, I'm saying to him, Honorable Speaker, we have not considered any.
Just say Honorable Member.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
Matias Sam. We have not considered any options to change what we are doing in issuing title deeds. Because what we are doing, communities are accepting it. I have an advice for him. If they believe that title deed issuing is a waste of time, I'll give him the list of communities that I'm going to hand over title deeds. He must advise them not to accept these title deeds. He will see. Communities are happy out there.
Thank you. Next time, honorable members, let's remember we either say Mr. or honorable members so that we don't use the phrase he or her or him or other. The next supplementary question is from Honorable Ndalane.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Given the post-1994 democratic government's principled commitment to land reform towards transformation of land ownership patterns and economic inclusion, and diversity. Are there any regulations that ensure that the objectives of land restorations and distributions are not undermined by a revolving door syndrome? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, can I ask that we talk to the mic sitting down?
You can.
Yeah, no, that I want to stand up. I want to sit down, but I can't hear when these members are talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't hear the question. Honorable Ndalani, maybe you can sit down and be closer to the mic. The minister doesn't seem to hear.
No, thank you.
Just bring the mic closer to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the post-1994 democratic government principled commitment to land reform towards transformation of land ownership patterns and economic inclusion and diversity, are there any regulations that ensure that the objective of land restoration and redistribution are not undermined by a revolving door syndrome? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Speaker, there are regulations that we make sure that whatever land that is being restored to our people is not being undermined. And also there are regulations to make sure that if, for example, we have what we call regulations of deeds, where we regulate the land and land patterns and who is going to buy land in South Africa and who must declare and so on. So we have regulations to make sure that they are not undermined and the land remains in the hands of those who have been given land, and also it remains part of economic growth in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable L.M. Masego.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Minister, does the minister believe that historically disadvantaged individuals who are beneficiaries of land reform should continue to face restrictions that prevent them from selling or otherwise disposing of the land allocated to them, even when doing so may be in their best interest? Does the minister consider it acceptable that these beneficiaries effectively remain in a system of second-class land ownership where they do not enjoy the same full ownership rights as other property owners?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, they do. What is the problem with land beneficiaries is when we allocate land to them without giving them support. But if we allocate land to them with full title deeds, with support, they do enjoy the benefits, full rights of the land. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Zibi.
I'll take the question on behalf of Honorable Zibi. All of them. Just to check, there has been a lot of beneficiaries, especially as it relates to agricultural land, where beneficiaries of the land redistribution that have been, let's call it tenants for a very, very long time. What is your department doing to ensure that those that benefited through the land redistribution for agricultural purposes receive the necessary title deeds so that they have a security of tenure? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As you know, Honorable Member, there is what we call ESTA that provides for labor tenants in the farms. So we also provide them with support. We also provide them with land once they develop land rights. So labor tenants are also benefiting from the agricultural land. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We now move to question 1187 that has been asked by Honorable Lelanga to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. The question is, given that the Expropriation Act, Act 13 of 2024, permits the government to acquire private property for public use and or the public interest, such as land reform and or socio-economic infrastructure projects. What are the relevant details of the implementation of the specified act, and what are some practical instances in which he will apply the act? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to yourself, Honourable Speaker, and to honourable members present. Honourable Speaker, I wish to emphasise that I fully appreciate the importance of this question, particularly given the considerable national and international attention the matter continues to receive. I'm also mindful of the significant implications this matter has for both landowners and those that have been excluded from asset ownership for far too long. However, it is also important to note that the Expropriation Act is currently the subject of multiple constitutional legal challenges by various applicants, specifically in relation to its implementation and the circumstances under which it may be applied. The applications filed in the Western Cape High Court focus on sections 19, 2, 3, and 4 of the Act and a number of other substantive points. These sections are as follows. 19.2, if the expropriating authority and disputing party do not settle the dispute by consensus or mediation, either party may, within 180 days of the date of the notice of expropriation, institute proceedings in a competent court for the court to decide or approve the amount, time, and manner of payment of just and equitable compensation. 19.3 says that the disputing party may, instead of instituting such proceedings himself or herself, within 90 days of the date of the notice of expropriation, request the expropriating authority in writing to institute such proceedings, and the expropriating authority must institute such proceedings within 180 days after receiving such request. And 19.4 is that a court may extend the time periods in subsections 2 and 3 on good cause and if the interests of justice so require. The applicants and now some of the respondents contend and agree that these provisions create a contradiction, that notices may not be issued when compensation is disputed, yet challenges to those notices can only commence after they have been issued. Effectively, Madam Speaker, what this means is that the expropriation can take place before the landowner can challenge the matter in court. This is a critical question that must be resolved to ensure that our laws are sound and stand the scrutiny of legal attack. Resolving this cornerstone issue, along with the other substantive points, will enable us to have an act that is both clear in its implementation as well as its application, regardless of the instances of its use. As a constitutional democracy founded on the rule of law, it is essential that we allow the courts to pronounce, guide, and intervene where necessary on these matters. Any announcements by the department or myself at this stage would therefore be speculative and premature, especially when one considers the now agreed on contradictions and vaguenesses of sections 19, 2, 3, and 4. On the conclusion of the adjudication, the department looks forward to providing more detail on implementation and application. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Zelanga.
Thank you, Speaker. I will be taking the supplementary question on behalf of Zelanga. I'm not sure whether after the minister has answered, the question will be appropriate. But however, I wanted to check from the minister, is there any reference of the application of this act, either by local or provincial or national government? And second to that, will the minister utilize this act to appropriate hijacked buildings in the urban areas? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question, Honourable Member. Whether it is municipalities, SOEs, or other organs of state are able to expropriate on their own accord. They don't require a national act to do so. Of course, it must be within the confines of the act, but they have their own ability to do so. In fact, municipalities do that on a regular basis. Minister or the roads agency, Sunrail, does that on a regular basis for road reserves. So I think that expropriation still takes place whether the Expropriation Act is in existence or not. And of course, the 1975 Act still remains in force and effect. I think what we've seen around the scourge of bad buildings around the country creates an interesting debate, particularly around those buildings that have either been hijacked or no one knows who the owners are. But again, you know, municipalities have their own bylaws and their own regulations that allow them to act as it were. They don't need a specific act of the National Assembly to be able to do so. And I think that those municipalities that have enabling legislation and bylaws to do so without any reference to national legislation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Matikizela.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, as you just said, given the fact that the Expropriation Act is currently facing a constitutional court challenge by multiple applicants, and as President Ramaphosa has also admitted that some sections of this act may be unconstitutional, as well as a number of concerns raised in relation to the act by some of our biggest trading partners. So what is the latest on this matter? And what insight do you have in some applications to join the case? And do you believe that the court is the right platform to settle this matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Matikizela. I think that the interest in the amount of applications or requests to join the case, amicus curiae, is an indication of the immense interest that exists in the case, possibly for and against. I think it's also a reflection on the strength of our constitutional democracy that those that do not agree with decisions have the right or recourse to approach the court. And I think that that's something that we should respect and we should seek to always try and resolve our problems where we disagree with legislation through the competent courts, as it so may be. I have had a look at some of the applicants to join, and there are a number. And I must say, Honorable Matikizela, the one that caught my eye, if I may say, was the founding affidavit of the economic freedom fighters, who in their application, and I have it here with me, which I could read, specifically said that that when they applied to the court,
Honorable Minister, I hear initially you said the matter is in court. I'm not sure whether we can read an affidavit of a party that is applying to a court process.
Madam Speaker, they are public records.
Yes, I know, but I'm just saying, given what you said earlier yourself about making some of the comments on the issue, whether wouldn't be advisable, maybe not to go to the detail. You have mentioned a party, but I'm not sure whether going through their affidavit would be ideal. I may need some legal counsel, but I'm just wondering, because yourself, in the early question, you said there are certain things you may not say because the matter is in the court of law. Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the Minister, but what I do think, read with the sub judice rule, is that the Minister is simply quoting a document that is public record and not necessarily reflecting on the merits of the case. May I ask that he be afforded the opportunity to respond and that you rule him out of order should he reflect on the merits, but allow him at least the opportunity to respond. Thank you, Madam
Speaker. No, I heard him very well. Thank you very much, Chief Whip of the DA. On this matter, but that's why I'm saying I'm wondering whether it would be appropriate, because there are many other applicants who have made, similar applications to the court to join. I was just saying that given the minister himself indicated that he may not be able to ventilate on the question that has been asked earlier, whether it would be appropriate that we delve on some of the parties that are in court in this regard. Hence, I said one might just need to get some legal advice on that matter. I was not making a ruling. Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. Well, let me just say that I think, Honorable Madikizela, that if one reads the applications, they make for interesting reading, because some parties claim to have supported the expropriation bill. They do so under oath, but the record and the Hansard showed completely the opposite. They voted against it. And those are interesting points that the court is going to have to consider when it decides who is allowed to join the case. That can you say in a sworn affidavit that you supported something in Parliament when in fact you didn't? And I think that those are going to be interesting questions. Those cases will be heard on in January, the amicus cases, and we hope to have the then full case heard before the full bench of the Western Cape High Court in March. And there is 18 days that have been set down for that hearing, so you can understand that it's quite voluminous, and there's a lot of interest in it. And of course, the matters of constitutionality, of contradictions, and the process takes place. Let me just say this in conclusion, Honorable Madikizela. South Africa must ensure that it has a competent law to ensure that expropriation can take place lawfully in the correct regulations and in the correct way. And hopefully this process will allow that question to be answered one way or another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Minister, in its current form, should the Expropriation Act come into effect, will the legislation have any bearing on the land reform? If yes, in what way? If not, why will it not? What are the details? The Expropriation Act gives two justifications for an expropriation: for a public purpose or in the public interest. What is the difference, and how is going to find an expression on the land? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. There's a number of questions in there. Let me attempt to answer at least some of them. Of course, in the public interest could be anything like infrastructure development, the new building of ports, railway lines, road reserves. I think that the list is quite exhaustive. When it comes to land reform is obviously an important part of our constitution. It's one of the central pillars of our constitution. And what we shouldn't allow is the weaponization of land reform for political agendas. And that's why I really want to align myself with what Minister Nyonso had said earlier, that people want to be able to own and have title of their land. They want to be able to feel proud about where they live, and they have that. And one of the great examples of land reform was the Protea village that both Minister Nyonso and I attended in Bishop's Court, where a number of families had been evicted from their land in the 1950s and had been sent out to Athlone. And there, through the collaborative efforts of the Department of Land Reform, the Department of Public Works, and the City of Cape Town, an innovative project where the development and sales of properties there have been used to build, Minister will correct me, I think maybe 30 or 40 homes for those families to return to. And that was a cross-subsidization model that allowed people to return to their homes of birth, to have security of tenure, and to be able to live a life of dignity. And so that is what any outcome that expropriation should seek to achieve, is dignity that gives people lasting ability to live in their properties. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable S.L. Noble.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Minister's response to the original question has made it very difficult to continue. For an example, from my side, because my question has got a direct bearing to the manner in which he responded to the question. Therefore, given the manner in which he responded, I decide to waive my right to ask a question.
Thank you. That was the last supplementary. We are now going to move to the next question, question 1225, which has been asked by Honorable E. Linde to the Minister of Tourism. The question is whether she has been informed that the newly established Tourism Transformation Council of South Africa has spent nearly 6 million rand in 1 year with nothing to show but a flimsy 25-page presentation to the Portfolio Committee of Tourism. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what steps has she taken to ensure that the Tourism Transformation Council of South Africa delivers on its mandate? Honorable Minister.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. The Tourism Transformation Council of South Africa is currently serving as the 5th council that was appointed in 2024 in terms of the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act and also the Tourism Sector Code. And I've been informed of the council expenditure. For the first 6 months, 1st April 2025 to 30 September 2025, the council operating expenses amounted to 2.1 million, not as the honourable member has stated. And if the honourable member has got any evidence to that effect, I will request that she provide me with that. To date, the council has received 5.2 million rand from the private sector through the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, and the expenditure represents approximately 41% of the 5.2 million. It is also important to emphasize that the council is not a new or an ad hoc body, but a statutory institution established under Statement 003 of the BBBEE Codes of Good Practice, and it is registered as a non-profit company. And its mandate is set out in legislation, and that is to provide guidance on sector-specific matters affecting BBBEE implementation in tourism, compile reports on the status of transformation within the sector, share information with stakeholders to create awareness and accountability, and also develop and review and monitor the Tourism BBBEE Sector Code. The council must also operate within the framework of the Public Finance Management Act, the King IV Principles, and the Companies Act. On the 11th of November 2025, the council presented to the Portfolio Committee their action plan that was approved by the Portfolio Committee. I have assigned the Deputy Minister to oversee the Tourism Transformation Council of South Africa, and this will guarantee accountability, sustainability, and tangible progress in driving transformation throughout the value chain within tourism. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable E. Linde.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Honourable Dalal, BBBEE has not lifted poor South Africans out of poverty over 3 decades. Unemployment and inequality have in fact gotten worse since its introduction, as only the politically connected make millions out of this bad policy. The TTCSA is yet another entity set up to keep trying to implement failed BBBEE policy rather than focusing on real solutions that will empower all poor South Africans. Honourable Minister, given that, will you support the TTCSA implementing the DA's economic inclusion for all policy rather than focusing on old solutions that don't work?
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I welcome the comments from Honourable Lindy, but I must correct several misconceptions and highlight why the Tourism Transformation Council is not only necessary, but it is delivering on its mandate. Now, the Democratic Alliance attempt to dismiss the council as wasteful expenditure is both misleading and dangerous to the constitutional imperative of redress. And let me be clear, the transformation in the tourism sector is not a luxury. It is a necessity. The policy or the proposal from the honourable member, it is not about reform. It's about regression, taking us back. In tourism, transformation is not a burden also. It is an opportunity to empower communities, to grow enterprises, and to showcase South Africa that is fair, that is inclusive, and that is just. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary is by Honourable S.M. Maeso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honourable Ligaraba taking the question on behalf of Honourable Maeso. Minister, what impact has the nearly 600 million spend made towards ensuring equitable access and economic participation for previously disadvantaged groups across the tourism value chain? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The role and function and responsibility of the Tourism Transformation Council is that they need to monitor compliance with the BBBEE sector codes through reporting tools and through studies. Also, the reviewing and gazetting amendments to the tourism sector code when it's necessary. They also conduct stakeholder engagement and awareness programs and establishing a database to assess compliance and also recommend remedial action to the minister. So they do engage a lot with the public. They do seek input from especially the small, medium enterprises, women-owned businesses, and the value that they add is that they monitor that, in fact, we can measure the impact of transformation on real time on our communities and SMMEs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MPP Muhammad.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, members.
Order. Continue, Honourable Member.
In light of the limited output from the Tourism Transformation Council, such as the presentation to the Portfolio Committee, why have there been no mechanisms to assess the actual impact of the Council's initiatives on the tourism sector? And can the Minister please explain why there has been no benefit to local communities from this initiative? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I don't know which country the Honourable Member lives and whether she can't hear what I was saying, because this is just pure speculation. I mean, I can't say the words that I really would love to say, Madam Speaker, because this is repeating lies and thinking that by repeating lies over and over, it will become the truth. It is simply not true, Honourable Member, what you are saying. You're being misled. Go and read the Act and go and read the code, and then you will understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. What's the point of order, Honourable Reddy?
Thank you, Speaker. The Honourable Minister has not answered the question, and she's also casted aspersions on the Honourable Member from the MK party. She was very rude. I mean, which country she comes from? What is the point of making such a statement? That was very
Honourable Reddy, you
dishonourable of her.
point of order.
Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable N.R. Mashabela.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Reddy, can you please allow Honourable Niehaus to make his supplementary? I will come back on the issue of Reddy.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Speaker, I'll take the question on behalf of the Honourable Member. Minister.
Order, Honourable Niehaus. Honourable Michalakis, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies to Honourable Niehaus. Madam Speaker, we all have a duty to uphold the integrity and the decorum in the House. The Minister actually in so many words said that the Honourable Member is lying, and I believe that is unparliamentary.
Honourable Michalakis, I have said to Honourable, because what you are saying already has been raised by Honourable Reddy. I said I will come back and make a decision on that matter. Can we, in the meantime, allow Honourable Niehaus to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to express our appreciation that the Minister is talking about transformation in the tourist sector. But of course, Minister, transformation of tourism, critical as it is about the proof of the pudding that is in the eating. It is about Black economic empowerment as an essential necessity. In that process, and in terms of making sure that SA Tourism is indeed taking the initiative and determine the effectiveness of Tourism Transformation Council of South Africa, what have you done in terms of assessing the purpose of Tourism Transformation Council in South Africa, the financial viability of the council, and have you made sure that it is indeed aligned with the government transformation priorities that you say that you support? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Niehaus, for the question. Indeed, the Transformation Council is not the only transformation instrument that we are using in the Department of Tourism. We also have a transformation fund. We are obliged in terms of our procurement policy to make sure that at least 40% goes to the historical disadvantage members in our communities. And it's all contained in our annual reports. And also in the first quarter report that we have just represented to the Portfolio Committee, we have actually exceeded the 40% and we have achieved 51%. So it's an ongoing. South African tourism as an entity, a Schedule 3A entity in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, they are responsible for marketing South Africa as a destination. And in terms of the investment that we make in marketing, together with the private sector, South Africa, we do see the return on investment. Like we've already seen now in the first 8 months of this year, we received 1.1 million more visitors compared to 2024. So I agree with Honourable Niehaus that we should always strive to do better. We should always strive to make sure that in the inclusive economic growth transformation is key, and it must have an impact on our communities, and it should not just be a slogan. I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I said earlier on the points of orders that had been raised by both Honorable Reddy and Honorable Michalakis that I'll come back to the issue. And the reason I said so was because I wanted to consult the rules so that I'm clear in my ruling in terms of what the minister has said. Minister, in your response to Honorable Member Muhammad, you indicated several times that this is a repeat of a lie after lie. And as you know, in terms of Rule 84, that's unparliamentary language. Secondly, you made a reflection on the member when you made a reference of you don't know which country she lives from, which might be impugn the character of a member. And on that basis, I would ask Honorable Minister to withdraw. Order, honorable members, can you please?
Honorable Speaker, I will withdraw.
Thank you. Can we now move to the question 1188, which has been asked by Honorable T.G. Shiviti to Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. The question is, in what ways can science, technology and innovation be utilized to advance and/or ensure the development and sustainability of the oceans economy of the Republic? Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I'm sure you got my apology that much as I would have liked to be in the House, I couldn't because I'm hosting the annual science forum of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation in Tshwane. My reply, thanks for the question from the honorable member who is also chair of the Portfolio Committee. Science, technology and innovation is central in ensuring that there is development and sustainable management of the ocean economy and maintaining economic growth. For development, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, DSTI, has established research programs and instruments that provide the underlying fundamental scientific basis for South African ocean economy initiatives. These instruments provide for human resources development, cutting-edge research infrastructure, as well as generation of baseline data. Some examples of such instruments are as follows: the South African Research Chair Initiative, SACI, the African Coelacanth Ecosystems Program, the ACEP, and the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap. With regards to the sustainability of the ocean's economy, the DSTI as well as the ACEP funded projects produce important oceanic and coastal research data that has generated advanced technologies such as coastal craft fleet, towed camera systems and stereo video cameras. Our department, through the National Research Foundation, in partnership with academic institutions, has also established numerous SACI chairs to support the sustainability of the ocean's economy, such as the one SACI chair we have in marine spatial planning. These are supported by the South African Research Infrastructure Platforms for Coastal and Offshore Research. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. We did indeed receive your apology. The supplementary question will be asked by Honorable T.G. Shifty. Yes, Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The questions and the program of Parliament is a critical component of the parliamentary process. And the question asked by the Honorable Mohammed was not with respect answered by the Minister. I would like an appeal to you if you could allow for that question to be asked again, so the Minister might find it in her conscience to do what is right and respond to the question.
Honorable,
thank you.
Honorable Member, you have actually come long after that part has passed. No, Honorable Member, we are now on the question, and let's allow Honorable Shiviti to ask a follow-up question.
Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. I will take the supplementary question on behalf of Honorable Shiviti. Honorable Minister, how can science, technology, and innovation effectively foster collaboration between government, industry, and research institutions to accelerate the adoption of the STI-driven innovations in these ocean-based sectors while ensuring environmental sustainability and social equity?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the follow-up question from the member. What I just need to point out is that our department, in response to the Operation Pakisa Oceans Economy Initiatives, we established, the South African Marine Research Exploration Forum, which brings together a number of stakeholders, but principally seek to foster collaboration between public sector research on the marine and oceanic environment and the private sector, especially also to focus on offshore oil and gas space as well as fisheries. This forum, which in short we call SAMREF, provides brokerage service that enables the establishment of partnerships that enhances cooperation between the public and private sectors. As the DSTI, we've also continued to ensure that in this important space of the oceans economy, there is broader collaboration, including the public sector, academia, industry collaboration. One such example is the Biodiversity Joint Marine Laboratory, which is hosted by the University of Fort Hare. And the focus of this, amongst other things, is the bioeconomy, especially exploring marine resources for potential pharmaceutical applications to real diseases like diabetes, which is a real serious challenge in our country, and cancer. And this we launched in 2022. And this provides industry-linked training also, which is very important for students from the University of Fort Hare to be able to have practical experience in their studies in oceans economy by having experience that is linked to industry and workplace initiatives. Lastly, other DSTI initiatives, such as the Southern Ocean Carbon Climate Observatory at the CSIR, we also have partnerships with engineering companies that are able to further provide practical experience apart from being part of the research effort in these important areas of the oceans economy. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable C.H.H. Hansinger.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, on behalf of Honorable Matsone, drone satellites and sensors can keep track of marine life, detect pollution, and monitor ocean health. AI can analyze satellite data to identify areas of high conservation value, predict ocean currents, and detect illegal fishing activities. Can the Minister elaborate as to what departments he is working with to ensure the vast array of R&D that South Africa produces and being used across various portfolios and committees? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honorable Member for the follow-up question. As I have said, we are actually fostering partnerships between public, private sector, academia, in order to create what one would call an ecosystem for the oceans economy in terms of research support, as well as support by our science, technology, and innovation system. Clearly, we have also got to collaborate with, amongst others, other government departments, like the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, to make sure also that we develop and use appropriate drone technologies And also my department, by the way, is very much involved in satellite development, which we are using in conjunction with our National Space Agency to make sure that we are able to use those satellites to be able to understand better what is happening in our marine and oceans economy, as well as artificial intelligence, of course, is now one of the most important modern technologies that we seek to integrate. One of the things that we've done, which I'm able to say, is that we are working with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies in their leadership of a comprehensive strategy for artificial intelligence, which will be used in the marine sector and beyond, as well as in other sectors of research and other sectors of the economy. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mjadu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. Honorable Minister Ndagama Dlamini, what programs are available to help fund a maritime and ocean economy-based small business in South Africa? Is there any ongoing research to enhance sectors such as boat building, marine manufacturing, and fish farming to enhance their competitiveness? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much to Honorable Mjadu. Thanks to you, Madam Speaker. We will leave no stone unturned in ensuring that oceans economy gets supported by research and development. And we are acutely aware that we won't be able to do this on our own. That's why even the launch of the Oceans Economy Program by government a decade or so ago actually brought together a number of departments. And there was also at some stage an interministerial committee that was driving the oceans economy so that we are able to bring together other departments. I only mentioned one for now, which is the Department of Communications and Digital Technology. Clearly, the Department of Transport was very central and continues to be central in the oceans economy. So together with other relevant government departments, as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we are very much aware that without collaboration with other government departments, as well as the private sector that I've said, we are not going to be able to do what we are supposed to do. In addition to that, we want the oceans economy also not just to continue being a space for big mega companies, usually they're large fishing companies. We also do need to ensure that through science and technology and through, by the way, our innovation fund, we are able to support innovation for small and medium enterprises, for small fishermen and women, in order to be able to actually participate in the entirety of the oceans economy. One of the main targets for the Innovation Fund, for instance, is to support the development of SMEs in the entire economy, including the oceans economy. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, sorry.
Thank you very much. Honorable S.S. Zondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, considering the persistent pollution challenges along the KZN coast, including industries waste entering the marine ecosystem and strain our harbors, how is the science and innovation being applied to monitor, prevent, and reduce marine pollution, particularly through the technologies which is a sensor-based water quality monitoring, satellite surveillance, and biodegradable alternatives? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thanks to Honorable Zondo. Of course, Honorable Zondo, your question has got new elements now, like specifically what are we doing about waste and pollution? Something that I would be more than happy that in future you can ask that as a specific questions that I'm able to bring much more specific answers. Nevertheless, what I would like to say at the moment is that the use of science must apply to the entire value chain and the entirety of the oceans economy, which includes new scientific innovations in terms of dealing with the whole of the oceans economy, which also includes waste management as well as making sure that pollution is minimized, if not eliminated. What I would specifically like to say is that as part of our 10-year decadal plan of science, technology, and innovation 2022 to 2032, is that we have also promoting what we call the circular economy, because we have identified that as an economy, we throw away lots of things that we could actually be taking, refashion, remanufacture, and be able to recirculate them back into the economy. The oceans economy, in fact, is very much an important part of that circular economy. For instance, what can we do with the plastic wastage that is killing our fish and other lives in our oceans, such that we are able to produce other products that can be used in agriculture or in other sectors of the economy. So circular economy is very central, actually, in what we are saying in terms of managing waste as well as pollution in our oceans. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We now move to the next question, question 1253, which has been asked by Honorable Beasley to the Minister of Transport. The question is, given the recent testimony by the suspended CFO of the Roads Agency Fund, Ms. Bernice Potgieter, at the Road Accident Fund inquiry, that the fund has incurred approximately 11.1 million in legal costs in its dispute with the Auditor General over accounting standards, which directly contradicts her reply to question 3551 on 30 June 2025, wherein she indicated that the cost of the legal dispute amounted to 22 million. How does she account for the discrepancy between the submission of the suspended CFO and her written reply? What is the verified total amount spent to date on legal fees relating to ongoing and wasteful dispute? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Beasley. Allow me to apologize to you for the incorrect answer, which I gave in subsection 1 of question 355, and I take responsibility for that. The correct information is in fact provided immediately below in subsection 2 of the same question. The error in subsection 1 occurred because the individual items under subsection 2 were added together, including the total, and that gives the figure of 22,245,831 rand and 32 cents. I did bring, I don't know if you've got that question in front of you, but I did bring a copy, which I can submit to you via the table. Honorable Beasley, at that time, the correct amount was 10,864,200 rand 10,864,211 rand and 66 cents, which was included in the second section of that answer. Subsequent to that, the Road Accident Fund paid another 517,408 rand, bringing the total to 11,381,619 rand and 66 cents, which I'm told still has to be taxed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Beasley.
Thank you, Minister. When will the absurdity of the RAF taking the Auditor General to court come to an end? And can you assure Parliament that in the current financial year, the Road Accident Fund will use the correct accounting standards?
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Beasley, I think it was 2 days after I appointed the interim board, myself and the Deputy Minister met with them, and the first instruction we gave is that the horror show must come to an end.
I am advised that there's a process of unscrambling the egg, but they have advised me that they are doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honourable Sela Molela will have the opportunity for the second follow-up.
Thanks very much, Speaker. The Honourable Minister, the question from our side is that post this inquiry, what is the Minister's plan to deal with the governance, financial and procurement challenges, and in what time frame are you able to do that?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. In fact, myself and Deputy Minister had a meeting with the chairperson of the interim board last week, and he indicated that there are a number of interventions that the board is implementing. The first is an assessment of all existing contracts in order to cut costs. The second is looking at the entire integrated claims management system with the aim of moving from a paper-based system to a digitized one where claimants can be notified of the process. The third is making sure that there is capacity to implement RAF's technology strategy. Fourthly, assessing the legal environment in which RAF operates and building internal legal capacity so that the entity does not need to be over-reliant on external legal expertise. Fifthly, bolstering the actuarial capacity of the fund so that the fund is able to assess claims accurately. And sixthly, they are currently seized with advertising the posts of the Chief Executive for Corporate Services and the Executive Claims Officer. These are two important critical vacancies that must be filled. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Blose, the next follow-up is yours.
Thank you, Minister. Now, I hear you describe the case of the Road Accident Fund taking the AG to court as a horror show. Now, you would know that this was a board decision, but obviously you've dissolved the board, and one of the board members you have appointed is Richard Janji, a former member of this house, who is also a fundraiser of the ANC in the Western Cape. So I don't know whether the ANC wants to fundraise for the election campaign with the Road Accident Fund. Yeah. We are watching that very closely. But you tell me, wait, man. How? So I'm saying, Minister, the question is, why hasn't the board actually withdrawn, the new board actually withdrawn from the court? And do you know that if RAF withdraws its case with the AG, it means that we are going to owe Discovery 1.5 billion, because it means the case of Discovery will have weight, and then Road Accident Fund must go and pay Discovery 1.5 billion that you've been claiming from RAF.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Of the accounting standards at the courts.
Honourable Minister.
You know, Honourable Member, if you want to change accounting standards, there's a way that you do it. And that is you go to the Accounting Standards Authority and you ask for permission to change your accounting standards. Because the AG doesn't have the power, even if you take her to court, to change the accounting standards. That is the role of the Accounting Standards Authority. I did share that with both the chair of the board and the CEO in the past. And I said to them, withdraw your court case and go through the correct route if you believe that your arguments with regard to accounting standards are correct. I said that it's a complex process to unscramble the egg. Part of that process is understanding the contingent liability and understanding what the organization will do about it. Thank you very much.
The last follow-up question has been allocated to the Honourable van Staden.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, regarding legal fees and the operations of the Road Accidents Funds Legal Department, can the Minister indicate to this House whether there is a disorderly or ineffective approach to litigation within the Road Accident Fund, whether the Fund's Legal Department is fully functional, and if not, why not? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
I am informed by the board, Honourable Member, that the functioning of the department's legal unit has been suboptimal. So suboptimal that the head of the legal unit, as Honourable Members know, doesn't have a law degree, which I would have thought would have been a kind of a basic. But obviously, this is an area that requires strengthening. And I've explained that we need to build that capacity because outsourcing, and I'm sure the honourable members sitting across the road from me here will agree with me, outsourcing all of these functions is expensive and not appropriate. So this legal department does have to be rebuilt. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 1189 has been asked by the Honourable Ndalane to the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. The question is, given that development planning and implementation in the current conjuncture is guided by the district development model to ensure coordination and synergy, whether his department has played any significant role in directing investment in rural development. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what specific progress and milestones have been achieved in this regard? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. In 2014, the former Department of Rural Development and Land Reform initiated the development of spatial plans for the 44 most impoverished districts in South Africa. These land reform and rural development spatial targeting plans were created to guide rural development and ensure alignment between departmental programs and broader government planning framework. The plans provide a comprehensive strategy for each district, outlining clear objectives, development priorities, project proposals, and phased implementation programs. They are aligned with the national planning instruments such as National Development Plan, New Growth Path, and National Spatial Development Framework. Provincial frameworks such as the Provincial Spatial Development Frameworks and Provincial Growth and Development Strategies, and local instruments including Integrated Development Plans, IDPs, and Spatial Development Frameworks, SDFs, in line with the district development model. Each plan includes an implementation matrix to support the project selection, assess alignment with spatial targeting interventions, integrate budgeting considerations, and ensure coherence with municipal planning tools. The department continues to implement these plans in partnership with districts and municipal across provinces to facilitate coordinated rural development and targeted investment. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Ndalane.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Given your response to the above questions, could you provide further details with respect to actual financial commitments or allocation, targeted areas, as well as the overall impact of the coordinated rural infrastructure and enterprise development? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honourable Ndalane, the plans are not a standalone budget item. They guide alignment of existing government programs with special priorities. Then funding flows through the responsible municipalities and sector departments. We coordinate. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Honourable Members, the second follow-up has been allocated to Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, based on your response, which specific district development model plan has your department contributed to, and what measurable outcomes have you achieved?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. As I've said, Honourable Maseko, we are coordinating all DDMs, but as this Department of Land Reform, we've contributed to the Alfred Nzo district, where I'm the DDM champion. And we've contributed, we've even visited, a typical example is when we visited schools and give them school uniforms and every 4 or 5 schools in that development. But we are coordinating all districts in the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third follow-up will be asked by the Honourable Mkitam.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we all know that the triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment are acutely felt on the rural areas. This is a consequence of colonialism and apartheid, which underdeveloped those rural areas to develop the white areas. Now, your department allocates less than R1 billion towards rural development. That shows lack of commitment to addressing the issues of our people. Now, Minister, should we not just call this aspect coordination of rural development so that there are no expectation that you will address the problems faced by our people in the Eastern Cape, where there are no bridges, where there's no infrastructure, and our people remain excluded? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. No, we should not call it only coordination. We must also call it implementation. We must call it facilitation. We must make sure that we are even approaching the National Treasury so that we get more than R1 billion, as the Honourable Member was saying. We need to go and make a compelling case to the Treasury that there's a need for us to develop rural areas. By the way, this department is the one that is building the big bridge that is always talked about in Eastern Cape. This department is contributing to that bridge. So it is building bridges. It is this department, rural development, that built the road that goes to Mvezo, where President Mandela is coming from. So this department does build infrastructure. So we can only make a compelling case for it and for the budget to be added so that we make sure that we develop rural areas where our people come from, so that they don't come to the so-called urban areas in search of jobs, so that they get jobs where they're coming from. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Marchi, the last follow-up is to be asked by you.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, considering high rural unemployment in KZN, especially amongst youth and women, what programs has the department implemented through the DDM to ensure inclusive participation in rural value chains such as livestock, crop production, agro-processing, and land rehabilitation? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Member, thanks for the question. We have contributed not only KwaZulu-Natal, but throughout the country in terms of NARISEC, which empowers young people who are coming from the impoverished wards of this country. We have also provided, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, that's where we've built more FPSUs, farmer production support units, where in KZN, and they are benefiting also young people and women in that area. So we're not only looking at KwaZulu-Natal, but throughout the country, we have this program to empower young people through rural development. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 1217 has been asked by the Honourable Madikizela to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. The question is with reference to the property management trading entity that was established in 2014 to manage the property portfolio of his department of more than 80,000 properties valued at around 54 billion rand. What have been the achievements of the specified entity in using the specified properties to generate revenue for this department? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to yourself, House Chairperson, and again, honourable members. Thank you, Honourable Madikizela, for the question. It's important to state from the outset that the department must ensure our assets are fully and effectively utilised, and that all potential revenue streams are maximised to generate greater value for the state. It is evident that many state assets are currently underperforming. For example, the REMS Directorate recently reported to me that approximately 1,000 assets collectively generate only 6 million rand per annum. This is an untenable situation that demands urgent review. We must shift away from viewing state properties as non-performing assets and instead structure them into clearly defined core and non-core portfolios. Within the core portfolio, assets should be leveraged to generate stable long-term revenue that can support the establishment of a generational wealth fund, enabling greater investment in public infrastructure. The non-core portfolio, in return, must consist of assets that can be repurposed for public benefit, including social use. To date, we have already handed over 17 properties for use as shelters for victims of gender-based violence and drug addiction. Achieving this vision requires an entity that can operate with efficiency and agility. This is not a new concept. Over 20 years ago, Cabinet resolved that a standalone entity should be established to manage and leverage state assets. It is essential that we now fulfill this directive and decision, particularly because any revenue the department generates, like the 6 million rand I spoke of earlier, is currently not ring-fenced and must be returned to National Treasury. The public is justifiably frustrated by prolonged inaction. It is therefore my firm commitment to ensure that this entity is established as envisaged 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Madikizela.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, given your response to this question, now, do you believe that this entity is not only relevant, is it properly structured? Does it have the right capacity to be able to achieve the objective that you just spoken about? Given the fact that since it was established, it has never received a single clean audit from the Auditor General. And what measures are you putting in place so that it does exactly what you just said? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Madikizela, for the question. I think for as long as the PMTE remains in its current format, it will never achieve a clean audit. It is not tenable to have a property portfolio that sits as a directorate in a department. It has to be specifically housed in an entity that is able to drive corporate governance and take decisions that are based on economics, not as it currently stands. We intend to address this through upcoming legislation and regulations, which will create an efficient and effective entity that is purpose-built to serve both the government and the public's need. While there are many structural issues with the PMTE that have led to the problems that you correctly identified, we must not forget the immense strain that is being placed on the PMTE by incredibly low user charges where we give to our departments. What does that mean? Well, effectively, government departments pay us far below even the operational cost of those assets. In plain English, we are subsidizing departments to use our assets. That is not correct. It cannot work that way. Yet other departments are happy to pay 120 Rand a square meter for a private lease, but they don't want to pay us 18 or 24 Rand a square meter. Today, I just got a letter from another department who says, by the way, we have taken the unilateral decision that we will not be giving you an increase on the square meter rate. Now, our costs go up by, at minimum, inflation, and yet a client department, has taken a unilateral decision that they cannot and will not increase their service charges to us.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Honourable Makasi, you may ask the second supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I will take the question on behalf of Honourable Makasi. Minister, how many of the 80,000 properties have been recorded in the physical asset register of immovable property? And what is the value of the revenue generated from the lease and rental of government property by PMTE? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, the asset register is notionally 99% updated. But it's just a number. It just says that's where the property is. It doesn't detail the conditional assessment of the property. The asset register does not detail the maintenance requirement. It does not detail any future plans for the property. So just having a complete asset register is one part of the problem or one part of the puzzle, but it is not the entire puzzle. And I think that what we should be shifting to is saying, how do we get an asset register that actually deals with the conditional assessments, using technology, using software to actually be able to predict needs and requirements? That's why, Honourable Member, you'll be aware that on the leases, what we said is that we're not prepared to conclude 10-year leases because we keep incentivizing departments to sit in private leases. And government spends 6 billion Rand a year, 6 billion Rand a year every year on private leases. But client departments don't want to pay us 24 Rand per square meter. It can't be both. And we should be rather reinvesting that money into our leases, into our assets, so they become productive assets. As I had said, some of the latest figures that I had got was that out of 1,000 leases that we have to the private sector or to individuals, we only get 6 million Rand a year in income, 500,000 Rand a month from 1,000 leases. The economics of that just don't work. And so we've got to restructure the PMTE, that it is seen as a property portfolio that takes decisions that are income generating, but also be able to match with social decisions as well. But the current system and the current structure does not incentivize or does not require the
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
To view decisions like that. Thank you, Chair.
The third opportunity has been allocated to the Honourable P. Mkhize.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, given that the property management trading entity controls state properties worth over 154 billion rands, yet communities continue to see abandoned, hijacked, and decaying government buildings across the country, how does the minister justify this failure to turn public assets into public value? How much revenue has actually been generated? And will he admit that this is a clear case of state failure and hold those responsible accountable?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Mkhize, for the question. Let me say that I agree with you. The state has not done a particularly good job in looking after its assets. I think that if anyone came here and said otherwise, I don't think they'd be telling the truth. I think that what we should also acknowledge is that the state has also been on a vigorous campaign to bring those properties back which have been invaded or have been taken over. And we are involved in numerous pieces of litigation. And unfortunately, what we've seen is a number of organizations that oppose us taking our assets back. They are very happy with the status quo of people living in hijacked buildings. And I think that that's wrong. And I think that the House should reflect on why particular NGOs do that because they're actually perpetuating the suffering of people in buildings. There's a good example just down the road here in Darling Street. We are trying to take that property back so that we can provide safe accommodation. We are being opposed at every turn by an NGO to do that. And I can't understand why they would do that. In the city of Johannesburg, as an example, Honourable Nkeys, most of the buildings there that are hijacked are not owned by the Department of Public Works. They're owned by the Johannesburg Property Company. If my memory serves me right, and I stand to be corrected, we have around 384 hijacked buildings that we are currently dealing with out of 88,000. So I think we've done quite well on that score, but we obviously want to take those back because we shouldn't be spending money on legal fees to get properties back. We should be spending that money on rehabilitating the buildings and being better used. On the needs of communities, we've always said, Honourable Mkeys, that these properties don't belong to us as political parties or individuals. They belong to the state and they should be used for public good. That's why we say public assets for public good. And we've partnered with a number of organizations to be able to allow our properties to be used to their benefit.
Thank you, Minister.
If you have any other recommendations, we're also prepared to entertain those. Thank you so much.
The last follow-up will be asked by the Honourable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening. Chair and the honourable members. Honourable Minister, given that the property management trading entity was created precisely to ensure proper maintenance, refurbishment, and utilization of state buildings, can the Minister explain why the majority of government buildings, including offices, courts, police stations, schools, and even departments' own head offices, remain in a dilapidated, non-compliant and unsafe condition, despite the department controlling more than 80,000 properties valued at 154 billion? What structural failures, mismanagement, and budget decisions have led to this collapse in maintenance, and who has been held accountable? Please give us samples, evidence, for allowing national assets to decay to the point where government departments are forced to evacuate and lease privately at inflated costs.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Mthethwa. So I think, again, let us agree that the status quo is not okay. And I think that we must be held accountable for what the 7th administration does with the problem that it has. Let me say that the issue is far more complex than people understand, because maintenance budgets, as an example, for a police station is not directed by us. Unless the police department or the ministry makes available those budgets, we can't do anything about it. And that's not to say that we don't try, and we have often stepped in to try and help communities. Where there are other courts issues, unless the Justice Department makes those budgets available, we can't go and maintain them. So I think that there's a better way to be looking at, and we'll be discussing that in a moment, of how we should be ring-fencing budgets for maintenance and how we should be ring-fencing budgets for construction. But the current way is not working. Let me talk about accountability, and I'll also refer to that in a moment, because we must lead from the front. And where our own head office is being shut down for non-compliance, there must be accountability, and I directed the Director General that people will be held accountable. And I'm waiting on that report. He briefed both the Minister, myself, and the Deputy Minister last Friday, and we have said that this is not going to be a business as usual. Someone has not done their job. Someone has allowed the condition of that building to become what it is, and we can't just say, oh, well, let's overlook it. Someone must be held accountable. Someone must go through a disciplinary process on that score. So I think, and I hope by the time we get to the end of this Parliament in 2029, we will be able to show the completion of the new entity that will deal with these properties and then be able to take those decisions going forward. But we need the support of this Parliament to be able to say to other client departments that they can't pay us 24 Rand a month. You can't expect us to maintain your buildings with those sorts of budgets. And of course, National Treasury, being the holder of the national purse, needs to start allocating more funding to maintenance
Thank you,
of
Minister.
public assets. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, question number 1201 has been asked by the Honourable Madlala to the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. The question is about the reasons why the powers to appoint members of the board of the Inkonyama Trust are vested in him instead of the King of the Zulu Nation, given that the trust was established to administer land for the benefit of the Zulu Nation under the custodianship of the King. What are the reasons that certain members of the Inkonyama Trust Board are reportedly appointed from other provinces instead of KwaZulu-Natal, considering the mandate and beneficiaries of the trust are based in the province of KwaZulu-Natal? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The powers are vested in the Minister by virtue of the KwaZulu-Natal Inkonyama Trust Act 3 KZ of 1994, as amended. The Minister is the administrator of the Act, which has vested the powers to appoint members in terms of Section 2A, B, and C of the Act, and in terms of Section 2AA, the King of the Zulu Nation is automatically the chairperson of the board and also has powers to appoint one member to be his representative. The 4 members of the board are appointed by the Minister in terms of Section 2AB after consultation with the Inkonyama, the Premier, and the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders of KwaZulu-Natal. A further 4 members of the board are also appointed by the Minister in terms of Section 2AC with due regard to regional interests in consultation with the Premier, who shall consult with the Inkonyama and the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders in this regard. Therefore, there is no provision in the Act that expressly prohibits the appointment to the board of persons who reside outside the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 137.10a, the Honourable Nkitam will take charge of the first follow-up question.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the crux of the matter is this. The King has no powers to appoint the board. You, as a commoner, has usurped those powers in terms of the law. Now, as a good Pan-Africanist, shouldn't you surrender those powers to the King as we wait to amend the law? Thank you.
Honourable Minister. Order, honourable members. If you're not interested, I'm very interested in the answer.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. I respect the constitution of this country. That's why I took an oath. And I'm working according to the constitution. I'm not working according to a commoner or a son of a king. I'm not even sure if he understands the difference between a commoner and the king, because he's not residing in the rural areas like me. So I'm just working according to the law, Honour House Chair. I did not usurp any powers. I found the laws here, and I'm working, by the way, I'm working very well with King of KwaZulu. As a result, 2 weeks ago, I was with him, Emashobeni. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Honourable Nkitam, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, the question is very simple.
No, Honourable
Is he willing to surrender?
No, Honourable Nkitam.
That's it.
You had the opportunity to raise a point of order, not to repeat the question. Honourable members, we move on. The next follow-up is to be asked by the Honourable Adams. Honourable member, is that a new point?
Point of order.
Honourable Adams, please just hold on. What is your point of order?
He is not the king of KwaZulu, he's the king of the Zulu people.
Yeah, no, thank you, honourable member. I don't think that's, even though that might be factually correct, that's not a point of order. Thank you.
Nation.
Honourable members, I really want to move on, but Nkosi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. And further, just trying to correct the honourable member here. It's the king of KwaZulu-Natal. Not the king of the Zulus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ingos.
When I came to sit in this chair, I felt a bit like a prince, but you're now eroding my powers to the point where I feel like a commoner. Honourable Adams, your follow-up question.
Mic doesn't work.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, given the fact that Ingonyama Trust faces governance instability and is embroiled with the Ingonyama holdings in disputes relating to directorship and alleged fraudulent land transactions, which are subject to litigation, what steps are being taken to stabilize the Ingonyama Trust board and resolutions of disputes as well as recovery of misappropriated funds? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. Honourable House Chairperson, as I've said earlier, that 2 weeks ago I was with the Ingonyama, Imbube. I went there to introduce Senior Counsel Mwerane, who is going to investigate all issues pertaining Ingonyama Trust and Ingonyama Holdings and the differences and misunderstandings that are happening within the Ingonyama Trust Board. So we have taken steps, we have briefed the portfolio committee, we have introduced the senior counsel to the king, and now we have started the job. We're waiting for the senior counsel to bring recommendations, and we are hoping that with this, we'll definitely bring stability to Ingonyama Trust Board. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Maseko, you have the next opportunity.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, in light of concern that the board members are appointed from outside KwaZulu-Natal, what steps is the department taking to prioritize representation that reflects the communities directly affected by the trust's mandate? And will the minister consider revising the appointment framework to ensure that beneficiaries have a greater voice?
Honourable Minister.
Honourable House Chairperson, thank you, Honourable Maseko. In fact, in our terms of reference, Honourable Member, we've also stated it clearly and we presented the terms of reference to the King, that the Senior Counsel will also investigate whether the beneficiaries of KwaZulu land are really benefiting from Ingonyama Transport or Trust land. So we have done that already, Honourable House Chairperson. So, but in terms of representation, remember I found the board here. I don't know what happened when the members were appointed or what was looked at before appointing members from outside KwaZulu-Natal. But I would assume that the fact that the other 4 is appointed taking into consideration the regional interests. To me, regional interests are people of KwaZulu. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Mtetwa, you may ask the last follow-up question.
Thank you, Chair. How would you address the argument that the confusion between yourself and the King may stem from broader systemic issues within governance structure rather than just a lack of clarity in the powers granted by Ingonyama Trust Act?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Honourable Nyombos. Unfortunately, there is no confusion between myself and the King, and therefore I can't address something that is not there. I'm working very well with the King. He's happy with what I'm doing. He's happy with the progress we are making, and therefore everything is going well, KwaZulu. There's no confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 1190 has been asked by the Honourable Sela Mulela to the Minister of Transport. The question is regarding the Transnet upgrade and refurbishment program. What are the relevant details on how the new equipment has increased operational efficiency in the ports and whether certain challenges have been addressed? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. In the past 24 months, key equipment acquisitions have paved the way for operational improvement in the dedicated container terminals as follows. At the Durban Container Terminal Pier 1, the acquisition of 9 rubber tire gantries, 23 haulers and 40 trailers has led to an improvement in moves per shipping working hour from 32 to 43 and an 80% 87% increase from June 2023. These investments have also resulted in 0 vessels at anchorage at Durban Pier 1. At Durban Pier 2, the acquisition of 4 ship-to-shore cranes, 20 straddle carriers, and 40 haulers and trailers has led to an improvement in ship working hours from 35 to 44, a 25% increase from June 2024. At the Ngqura Container Terminal, the acquisition of 50 haulers and trailers has led to an improvement in ship working hours from 30 to 38, a 27% increase from June 2024. At the Cape Town Container Terminal, the acquisition of 9 rubber tire gantries and 47 haulers and trailers has resulted in an improvement from 25 to 35 ship working hours, a 40% increase when compared to June 2023. Improvements at the port also mean that the number of vessels at anchorage only increases when adversely impacted by wind delays such as happened over last weekend. The challenges of underinvestment in previous years and aged infrastructure have largely been addressed through targeted investments and maintenance planned over the next 2 to 3 years. Other key initiatives include the implementation of the continuous improvement team to improve operational processes and reduce delays. Furthermore, the implementation of a 4th shift at our ports has ensured compliance with safety legislation in terms of maximum overtime hours worked and reduced employee fatigue. The implementation of a shift-based container incentive has also improved employee morale. The incentive scheme has been complemented by the introduction of business intelligence dashboards to ensure visibility and transparency of performance and incentives earned.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Sela Molela.
Honourable Minister, as we appreciate the progress made, the question from our side is, what is the next phase of the development in the Durban port? And related to that is to understand which other ports are in line for such developments and what are the nature or the type of developments that are envisaged in those other ports thereof. Thanks very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. So we are going to be deepening and lengthening the marine, what do you call it? Help me, Honourable Ghana. What do you, where the boats, the channels? Yes, thank you very much. Deepening and lengthening the channel at the Durban port. There's also extensive roadworks there. We are going to be upgrading the port of Richards Bay. I did mention that one of the requests for proposals that we're going to be putting out in the near future is going to be dealing with the dry bulk terminal at Richards Bay. We've also got upgrades going on at the port of East London, at Latimer's Landing. And there are other developments at Ngqura, at Mossel Bay, and also at Cape Town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Hunsinger, you may ask the second follow-up.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, as of last year, Transnet's accumulated maintenance backlog was projected to be around 26 billion rand, with larger rail network restoration backlog of about 51.4 billion. According to reports, 200 billion is needed to fully restore operation and modernize the system, making the overall infrastructure spending requirement much greater. Do you have an overall strategy to cover the full extent of funding needed? And if so, by when?
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, technically speaking, that's a new question because it's about rail, whereas the original question was about ports. You're stretching it a bit. But let me say to you that because we do not expect to be able to get this large amount of money from the fiscus, that is precisely why we are going to be putting out requests for proposals for infrastructure upgrades on the 5 priority rail corridors. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now recognize the Honourable Kubeka.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Minister, South Africa is facing huge risks following the decision by the Trump administration to impose 30% tariffs, resulting in some shipping lanes deciding to stop direct shipping services between South Africa and the United States. The upgrade of port equipment and limited operational efficiencies outside of the broader economic and trade strategy guided by national interest will not help South Africa out of this quagmire. In what way has the upgrade of the port equipment impacted positively on the competitiveness of our products in the global markets in the last financial year? And how will these upgrades help mitigate our position with the possible rerouting of US-bound cargo via European ports, adding costs to South African exports? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. So there were only 2 shipping lines that were moving cargo directly from South Africa to the US. One is pulled out, one remains. The majority of exports already go via Europe or via the Middle East. So obviously what we are interested in doing is making sure that ships that come to our ports are loaded and unloaded as fast as possible. Because what we understand is that the cost to the customer is for the entire journey, and shipping lines are not going to be interested to come to our ports if they're forced, as was the case in 2023, to sit at Anchorage for up to 30 days. As a result of the new equipment, we are now starting to inch towards the international benchmark. So the international benchmark is that you must turn a ship around within 50 hours of it arriving at a port. We are now in the 60s in terms of the number of hours that we turn a ship around once it is at Anchorage. And so you can see from a situation where in 2023 we were at, I think at one stage we were up to 160 hours. There has been considerable improvement. And that was the Anchorage time. I mean, prior to that, many ships, as you know, were waiting in the bay for extended periods of time.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Blose, the last follow-up has been allocated to you.
No, thank you, Minister. Now, these upgrades, there's a lot of money that's usually spent for these upgrades and these refurbishments. And we usually see the same elite white companies benefiting. So what is it that you did to ensure that some of the most Black emerging companies, and some of them are not even emerging, they've been in the market, it's just that they lack opportunity. What is it that you did to ensure that they get the opportunity and they play a role in these upgrades? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
So obviously, when it comes to very sophisticated equipment, such as ship-to-shore cranes, RTGs, and straddles, that equipment comes from the OEEs. It is not manufactured in South Africa by companies large or small. That is a reality that we face. I think that Transnet has an objective of a 40% spend on companies that are Black-owned. What we have to make sure is that in other parts of the value chain, we achieve that spend.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the time allocated for questions to ministers in the governance cluster has now expired. Outstanding replies will be printed in the Hansard and has been received. We will now move over to questions that stood over from Wednesday, 29 October, in terms of Rule 144.1 and supplementary questions to them. An additional 30 minutes has been allocated for these questions. However, honourable members, I have unfortunately been informed that Deputy Minister Morolong, who was delegated by the Minister in the Presidency in terms of Rule 138.3 to reply to questions standing over, which has been asked to him, has taken ill. Deputy Minister Morolong would have taken charge of questions 1055, 1056 and 1047. Accordingly, these questions will now stand over in terms of Rule 144.1 to next Wednesday, the 3rd of December, when the Minister is scheduled to reply to oral questions in this Assembly. In respect of question number 1066, I've been informed that Deputy Minister Mhlauli will be answering the question on behalf of the Minister, and we will proceed to that question. The question number 1066, as said, has been asked by the Honourable Montana to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is whether Statistics South Africa has conducted an asset verification project to ensure that it effectively accounts for assets under its control. If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? What control measures have been put in place to prevent or minimize future loss of assets? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the session. And just to note that this question was asked in the Portfolio Committee on the 22nd of October, and we did answer the question in the Portfolio Committee. So firstly, just to note that Stats SA conducts an annual asset verification to confirm the existence. Further to that, assess the condition and ensure completeness of asset records under its control. The last asset verification was conducted during March of this year, and that Stats SA continuously reviews the control environment to identify areas of improvement. During the fourth quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year, Stats SA started the rollout of a digital asset verification system to enforce ownership, accountability, as well as responsibility. Amongst the existing controls are asset management policies and procedures that regulates the recording and allocation of assets to employees. In addition, in all the department's assets are barcoded with a unique serial number recorded on the asset register and assigned to an official. Furthermore, any movement of assets from one location to another is pre-approved. Beyond the above, a security monitoring tool, which is a tracker, is installed on all laptops and tablets to track their location in the event of any losses. Thank you.
Honourable Montana.
It's
not Honourable Montana, but you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, there seems to be issues and concerns with regards to Stats SA, with deficiencies in internal controls, especially in asset management, resulting in untracked assets totaling over 133 million rands. This is in the financial year 2020-2021. In the latest findings, the auditor, more specifically computers and or laptops used during the census program, asset losses were valued at 5 million rand, including theft of one of Stats SA's storage early this year. We seem to have a situation where the control and management of these assets is a major problem. What assurance do we have that the data collected during the census, which is key to the credibility of our official, was retrieved, not lost, and with the computers and laptops? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
I think firstly to just note that there are 3 sets of tablets that actually would have been part of the AG's report. The first set of tablets would have been those that Stats SA would have procured, and following that would have had education features that have since actually been donated to schools countrywide, and that is about 140,000 of those.
The second set of them is about 16,000 of the tablets that would not have been returned by field workers following the census. And we did report to the portfolio committee when we were there 2 weeks ago that investigations in that regard is ongoing and that there are processes unfolding in that regard. I'd also just want to update the House that since the MTBPS and the adjusted allocation, Stats SA has actually been given an additional allocation, and part of that money will in fact be going into finalizing the processes insofar as the asset verification process is concerned. And of course, the last one being the issue where the warehouse that was having these tablets was broken into, and that investigations in that regard are ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The Honourable Kumbaka, you may ask the second follow-up.
House Chair, may I take the question for Honourable Kumbaka?
You're welcome.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, thank you for your response. Flowing from that, can you please share with us what measures will the Minister take to ensure that all matters identified by the AG are adequately responded to through the audit action plan of State SA, particularly on matters of repeat findings in consequence management related to supply chain management processes? Thank you, dear.
Deputy Minister.
So the first thing that Stats SA did was to actually write to the AGSA following this particular issue insofar as the tablets are concerned. And part of the response was actually to detail what the organizations have since done since this particular occurrence. The first one would have been, members will remember that for the longest time, there actually was a vacancy insofar as the CFO is concerned, as well as all of those people that are actually reporting to the CFO. When we went to the portfolio committee the last time, we actually introduced the new team of the CFO, as well as those that work in supply chain management, to ensure that we bring stability to that particular unit. Secondly, with regards to the actual assets themselves, the organization has also introduced a mobile device management system, which is what I had reported in my initial reply, to say that all devices of the organization actually currently do have trackers, wherein they are actually able to track a device when it changes location. But also thirdly, even when a device currently is, and I want to just go back to the previous question as well, even if a device right now is stolen, a Stats SA device is stolen, you actually will not be able to hack it because of the security features that have actually since been put there, which also ensures that we actually do also protect the information as well as the data that the field workers would have recorded as part of the information gathering that the organization does. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable Lorimer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. According to the Auditor General, of the 102 million in total assets lost last year, only a fifth was tablets from the census. So what made up the other losses in their report? And in her answer, the Deputy Minister might like to tell us whether a complaint has been laid with the SIU in this regard.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Okay, so firstly, in terms of the investigations, members will note that in actual fact, the security guards of that particular warehouse, where the remaining assets were actually being kept, actually were arrested, and they are actually undergoing court processes, and that investigation is ongoing, as well as with regards to the field workers that actually didn't return the assets. That investigation is also undergoing, and I did indicate that the additional allocation coming from the National Treasury will assist the organization to be able to finalize the issue, because one of the things that the AGSA actually raised with this particular issue was that it's taking Stats SA too long to finalize this investigation and to ensure that those that would have not either stolen the tablets or not bring them back are actually brought to book. I just want to give a breakdown that the assets that were under investigation amounted actually to 108 million, of which that covers the 14,000, can you stop? Which covers the 14,195 tablets, which amount to about 60 million. as well as the 5,449 other assets, which amount to 42.2 million. Furthermore, I just want to speak to the 5.5 that the member was asking about, in that report, the AGSA also noted that status A management removed or re-recognized assets with 5.5 million. And in actual fact, that was the note that was actually written by status A back to the AGSA to say that this is actually the explanation insofar as the financials of the organization is concerned, as well as they also attached a report that actually speaks to the issue of what—
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Oh.
The last opportunity has been allocated to the Honourable Matiwane. Honourable Blose, are you taking charge of it?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. So what steps have been taken against the official responsible for the 160 million loss due to tables for the census not being returned?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Okay, so I did indicate that one of the reasons that took the organization so long to recover the assets that would not have been returned has obviously been the fact that the organization had funding challenges, and part of the funding challenges meant that they were not able to prioritize that particular investigation. So one of the things that that they've actually introduced since with the reallocation of funds was actually to say that the first thing that needs to happen is that they need to continue to track those field workers insofar as the ones that would not have returned the assets. So calls are being done, firstly, to continue to track those particular field workers, and based on each case as to why it was not returned, that is then that would then inform what the next step is, because one person would not have returned it for one reason, another one for another reason, another one maybe it got lost, maybe it got misplaced, etc., etc. So that's the first point. The second point, of course, I spoke about the institution of a mobile device management system, which will ensure that we are able to track the devices. But also the organization is also in a process of actually contracting investigators that will actually go to the different provinces to actually go and visit those field workers to find out why they didn't return the tablets. And upon that, of course, we'll be determining on a case-by-case basis why member X or member Y or member Z did not return the tablet, and that would then inform the next course of action. But of course, as I also stated, that more importantly was the fact that Status A has now permanently employed people in terms of the CFO as well as supply chain management to ensure that this does not happen when we do, of course, have our next census in a couple of years. And of course, just to note that this was the first time that we were having a digital census. So it also was the first time that we actually were using digital devices.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable members, that brings us to the last item on the order paper, which is a statement by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure on the South African Construction Action Plan. For that purpose, I recognise the Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Let me greet all of the honourable members again, and also welcome the MEC for Infrastructure in the Western Cape, who also joins us here. A number of MECs are also joining us online, and the Deputy Minister, who is currently travelling. Honourable members, a year ago, when I addressed this House, I spoke about the crisis of delayed infrastructure projects, stalled construction sites, wasted public money, and the impact this had on the dignity of communities that had waited too long for progress. I said then that these failures were not just numbers in a report, they were the symbols of a broken system, and that the era of excuses must come to an end. Today I return to this House to report on the concrete steps we have taken to fix this system. and to outline the next phase of our reform agenda through the South African Construction Action Plan, or SACA. House Chairperson, let me begin with this simple truth that brought us here. The construction and public infrastructure system in South Africa was not working as it should. Too many projects were stalled, too many contractors failed with impunity, and too many budgets disappeared without results. And too many communities saw promises but not progress. That is why, over the past 4 months, the leadership of public works and infrastructure, both nationally and across all 9 provinces, have come together through our MINMEC structure to agree on a unified program of action. This work culminated on the 29th of October, where we unveiled the South African Construction Action Plan, a turnaround framework built on performance, accountability, but most importantly, delivery. To this end, I must thank the Deputy Minister and all 9 MECs in Public Works for their unwavering dedication and support for this action plan. We collectively own and we collectively implement it without fear or favor. This plan did not emerge from theory or idealism. It was informed by the failures we've witnessed, the lessons we have learned, and the demands that South Africans have placed upon us. It responds directly to the systematic issues that have plagued our sector for too long: weak oversight, late payments, inconsistent procurement, uneven provincial performance, and a lack of consequence management. And it is the product of collaboration across the country. To this end, I also welcome the support we have received from industry bodies like the Master Builders Association and the Black Business Council for the Built Environment, to economists and various publications. Honourable members, allow me to briefly outline the 6 core actions of SACA, which now serve as the operating manual for public works and infrastructure across all 9 provinces and nationally. First is accountability, including establishing restriction committees in all 9 provinces and blacklisting non-performing contractors so they can no longer move from one failed project to another. We must and we will stop those that rip off the state from being rewarded with more business. It should be an honor and a privilege to build for the state, not a given right. Second is fixing cash flow constraints and ensuring that budgets are ring-fenced, payments are made timelessly, and that financial blockages no longer bring projects to a halt. Thirdly is introducing digital infrastructure tracking, which is a unified enterprise resource planning-based system that will, for the first time, give us real-time visibility of every construction project in the country, from budget to physical progress. Fourth is procurement reform through procurement war rooms, which will be established in every province, to real-time monitoring of major tenders and faster evaluations to prevent avoidable delays. Fifthly is the strengthening of governance and audit outcomes by working directly with the Auditor General of South Africa to resolve findings in real time, improve internal controls, and enforcing compliance across all levels. Lastly is the professionalization of the built environment, requiring that all engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, and project managers working with public works to be registered with their statutory councils. These are the reforms that will propel construction and infrastructure to the next level in South Africa. At the recently held National Construction Summit 2 weeks ago, attended by over 2,000 stakeholders, all 9 provinces, industry bodies, professionals, entities, and social partners, they all unanimously and with one voice endorsed the Construction Action Plan and adopted the 2025 National Construction Summit Declaration. The declaration commits us to contractor blacklisting, faster approvals, digitization, skills development, improved performance frameworks, and a unified approach to construction site security, community facilitation, innovation, and sustainability. House Chairperson, we do not claim and we will not claim that everything is perfect, because it is not. What we have seen, however, is the pathway to success. But we can say with confidence that things are getting better. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, the Quarterly Labour Force Survey confirmed that 130,000 new jobs were created in the construction sector in the 3rd quarter of this year. That's nearly half of all new jobs created in the country was created in one sector. This is not a coincidence. It is a direct result of stabilizing projects, accelerating delivery, and rebuilding confidence in the construction sector. After many years in which the construction industry struggled under declining public investment and sentiment, we are finally seeing the sector turn the corner. Our work to tackle the construction mafia head-on has paid off, where we've seen over 250 arrests in the last year and 176 convictions for site stoppages. In KwaZulu-Natal, which was ground zero of this activity, we've seen a decrease in stoppages from 60 a month to less than 10. All of this in just 1 year. And with the implementation of SACAP 6 interventions, from procurement reform and cash flow certainty to professionalization and digital tracking, we expect even more jobs to be created in the months ahead. This progress has not been achieved by the department alone. It is a collective effort across government, across our entities, to get South Africa building and working again. At the National Construction Summit, President Cyril Ramaphosa expressed his full support for SACAP and for the reforms we are driving to rebuild the construction ecosystem. His message was clear: we must deliver faster, better, and with accountability. To strengthen this mandate, I've also formally requested that Operation Vulindlela include SACAP as one of its priority focus areas for the years ahead. OV's proven ability to unlock structural reforms will be essential to ensuring that these interventions are implemented consistently across the state and not allowed to fail. In 2 weeks' time, I'll be meeting with the Minister of Performance, Monitoring and Evaluation to discuss how we can partner with them to accurately measure these targets across government and through the medium-term development plan. Honourable members, if SACAP is to succeed not only in stabilising the present, but in shaping the long-term pipeline, we must strengthen the very institutions responsible for preparing and coordinating our national infrastructure portfolio. That institution is Infrastructure South Africa. And that is why I want to reiterate before this House that the formalization of Infrastructure South Africa as an independent entity is absolutely essential. ISA's role in project preparation, bankability, pipeline development, and intergovernmental coordination is central to our vision and cannot be understated. We therefore await the final and urgent finalization of their business case, and again call on the Minister of Finance to bring this matter to a finality. Without a strong, well-resourced project preparation entity, we cannot sustain the pipeline needed to grow our economy. House Chairperson, honourable members, by strengthening the system also means holding ourselves in the same standards we expect across the value chain. It is therefore deeply troubling that our own head office, just this week, the CGO Central Government Office, was temporarily closed following inspection activities by the Department of Employment and Labour. Let me say that this is unacceptable. It is a stark reminder that while we demand accountability from contractors and provinces, we must apply the same, if not higher, standards to ourselves. The Director General has briefed both myself and the Deputy Minister on the deficiencies that have been identified, the immediate remedial plan, and the steps that must be taken to ensure compliance. I've also been advised that he has already instituted consequence management against officials who have been negligent or failed in their duties to prevent this. We cannot demand accountability from others while tolerating dysfunction at home. To underscore the seriousness of this matter, I'll also be visiting the CGO building to ensure its full compliance. I want to see the progress for myself, and we must set the standard, not fall short of it. Honourable members, despite setbacks and despite the work that remains, the progress made over the past year is undeniable. When we spoke here last year, we were dealing with a project environment of an enormous amount of delayed projects, costing the state nearly 3 billion rand. We were grappling with abandoned sites, contractor failures, construction mafia disruptions, mismanagement, and a backlog of projects that had grown year after year. Today, we have a national action plan that is in place, provincial alignment behind a common reform agenda, digital systems that will track progress, restriction committees that will be launched in every province and nationally, procurement war rooms to make sure that we deliver on time, and performance reporting frameworks that will be implemented. And of course, unprecedented jobs in the sector and more to come. The turnaround is underway. It is not complete, but it is definitely underway. Honourable House Chairperson and honourable members, let me conclude by reaffirming the commitment I made to this House a year ago, that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will become an economic delivery unit for South Africa, a department that builds faster, cleaner, and smarter. SACAP is the roadmap that gets us there. The National Construction Summit Declaration is the mandate that supports it from all of government and industry. And the work that we have undertaken over the past year is the foundation that we will continue to build on. We ask this House to support these reforms and to join us in collective effort to rebuild public infrastructure, grow our economy, and restore trust in the state's ability to deliver. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. To react to the ministerial statement, I firstly recognise the Honourable Nkomalu.
Somlomo wendlu namalunga onke eParliament ngiyabingelela. Ungqongqoshe kufanele kubalekile ukuthi enze umehluko phakathi kwesifiso nento okuyiyona ezokwenzeka. Ngisukuma egameni lomkhonto wesizwe ukuzwakalisa indumalo ngokusho ungqongqoshe. Ngifisa ukuveza lokhu ukuthi abantu baseNingizimu Afrika bakhathela amaplan angabasizi ngalutho. Indlela inqoma ngayo le plan ayibiza ngeresolution 89 ungafunga ukuthi kukhona la ithuma khona yasheshe yabuye. Namhlanje simila ukutshela abantu base South Africa ukuthi leli cebo abakhuluma ngalo kwakhulunywa ngalo eminyakeni eyishumi edlule. Umbuzo uthi uma kungukuthi liyaphila bekulindweni sonke lesisikhathi lingenziwe. Leminga emhlanu okuthiwa izinsika zaleli cebo ayakhelwe eqinisweni kodwa yakhelwe emangeni. Empeleni izofihla indlela entsha yokukhwabanisa engeke nje igcine ngokukhwabanisa kodwa izokhwabanisa nekusasa lezingane zethu. Ingakho sithi njenge MK Party sesiyithemba lokugcina lomuntu omnyama eNingizimu Afrika. Ngqongqoshe tshela abantu iqiniso ukuthi kusazoqhubeka kudle labo akade bevele bedla abanye basazoqhubeka bakhothe ingqoko. Lomunqa wesibili okukhulunywa ngawo ukuthuthukiswa kwamakhono nakhona lapho sithi njenge MK Party kusazoqhubeka yona lenganekwane exoxa emini ilanga libalela. Iqiniso lithi kusanehlula kuyimanje ukuqeqesha laba abakhubazekile. Kusanehlula ukuholela osenkontileka ngesikhathi. Ngikuzwile nje uthi sekukhandeka inqwaba amathuba emisebenzi bazohola ngani la bazoholelwa ini ngoba anikhokhi ngesikhathi. Umbiko womnyango uyakuveza ukuthi noma amakhono ngaba khona kodwa kuyanehlula ukuthi bahole ngesikhathi ngoba osonkontileka ababasebenzelayo nibuye ningabaholeli njengoba niqhubeka nokudicelela phansi osonkontileka nibenze otebuzane. Ngqongqoshe eminye yaleminga ikhuluma nge-robust regulatory environment. Ngithi ngqongqoshe tshela izwe ukuthi nalapho uyazidlalela nje ayikho lento ishoyo. Kuyimanje uCIDB kutholakale ukuthi unombiko ugcopho bese kuba nalenkakha ke isikhodla khodla okuthiwa IDT kushimizi ke lapho. Isimini iminyaka ilandelana ithola umbiko onogcopho. Akukho ukulawula ngqongqoshe uyazintelela nje nabantu base South Africa ukubusuku. Litheni ngakhonjwe umuntu ngasibhamu. Nazibekela ama-target kwaphinde kwanehlula ukufinyelela kuwo. Manje senikhuluma ngo-resolution 89 ayi isimanga lesi. Sinabantu abawu-81,000 kwa-EPWP enihlulekile ukuthi nibaqashe balambile abadlile njengamanje senikhuluma ngezinto ezinkulu lezi lokho enikuhleleni nakuyanehlula. Ngesikhathi niqhubeka nidlala lo mdlalo wenu kaMagida Sibhekane kulimala imiphakathi yakoGiyane ko Eastern Cape ongane zakhona esafundele ezikoleni zodaka. Musani ngqongqoshe ukudukisa abantu ngalezi thembiso ezizinganekwane. Leli cebo likhandelwe nje ukujabulisa abantu wena wabona izingane zibona ibhanoyi lindiza bese zithi webhanoyi bosiphathela amaswidi. Umuntu akanitshele nje izwe libuka ukuthi nimoshile South Africa. Osonkontileka sithi abakhokhelwe ngesikhathi manje hayi lo mdlalo bakhokhelwe ngesikhathi hayi lo mdlalo kaMaxuma ubhekile odlalwa izingane kudala abantu bafuna imisebenzi yangempela hayi amatoho. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. The Honourable Madikizela.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I welcome the South African Construction Action Plan unveiled by Minister McPherson on the 29th of October, which I believe is long overdue. Incomplete infrastructure projects are not only draining our fiscus, but have caused a huge inconvenience to people who are the ultimate beneficiaries. This is the first time we've seen such an action plan from a minister in public works, and we welcome the support of the president at the construction summit and all MECs across 9 provinces. But Minister, I do want to focus just briefly on your first point plan, where you are hell-bent on making sure that the people who are bad actors, particularly those contractors who are not finishing projects. But I want to urge you, Minister, that you must consider inviting a number of emerging black contractors that died. Because part of the reason why these contractors are not finishing the projects is not because of lack of capacity. We have a problem in many departments where officials expect to be paid before they pay contractors. And this is the biggest problem that has resulted in a number of emerging contractors really shutting their doors. And I think this is one of the issues you need to look at. On the 25th of September this year, I, together with my colleague, Edwin Beth, embarked on an oversight visit to a stalled Home Affairs office in Kwatuguza in KwaZulu-Natal. In the meantime, residents are left to endure unacceptable conditions with queues forming as early as 3 a.m., with many turned away by 4 p.m. without getting this service. The original budget was just above 39 million rands, but the anticipated cost is now over 45 million rands. This is just one example of many projects who are in this situation. According to Auditor General report of 23-24, 2.9 billion has been invested over several financial years in delayed multi-year construction projects. Incomplete, stalled, or delayed projects have cost overruns resulting in billions in wastages. For example, if you look at the 2 major projects in South Africa, the Kusile and Medupi power stations, 79 billion rands was budgeted for Medupi and 81 billion rands was budgeted for Kusile, which is in total is 160 billion rands. But we have now spent 467 billion rands, overspending by a whopping 307 billion. Now, this is totally unacceptable. And that is why I commend the action that you are going to take to make sure that really this does not continue. And because of this, public investment has decreased in infrastructure, infrastructure investment has decreased. This had a massive impact on economy and increased maintenance backlog on infrastructure, which is currently standing at 30 billion rand. The money that should have been used on new projects and maintenance of the existing one, these projects ended up spending far more than what was budgeted for. And one of the reasons people leave these projects incomplete is the lack of capacity, of course. Corrupt officials overlooking companies with capacity and awarding tenders for complex projects to their friends and allies. When they fail to do their job, they ask the very same companies that should have been awarded the tenders to finish these projects. And government end up spending more money again. Now, the impact of this has far-reaching implications. This year, we had to adjourn and postpone the budget speech by the Minister of Finance because we needed only 75 billion rands. Now, when we speak about the reforms and the need to make sure that your 6-point plan is effective, we can be able to save billions of rands that can be used on new projects, as I said, Minister. So with that being said, we commend your department and your actions that you have taken working together with all the 9 MECs. And we also commend the actions that you have taken, really, to stop this phenomenon of construction mafia, which again has been the biggest contributor to the stalled projects across the country. And with the actions that you have taken, we can see that a number of those people have now been jailed. They are facing action and consequences. And I think we must also focus, as I said earlier, on officials who are responsible for some of the emerging contractors really leaving these projects incomplete, for demanding to be paid in order to pay them for the work that they already did. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Blose.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Now, firstly, Minister, you must never think that we speak in your absentia. Yesterday in this House, we told them during the BRRR Declaration of Public Works and Infrastructure that you are a true example of white failure, an incompetent and uneducated somebody who's just
Honourable Blose.
White.
Honourable Blose, just take your seat for a moment. I have a hand there. Honourable Michalaki.
Thank you, House Chair. I don't think I even need to repeat it. The insult that the member at the podium just made at the minister is totally unacceptable. It's quite frankly racist, and I would like to request that he withdraws it immediately, please.
Honourable Blose.
But is he educated?
Order. Honourable members on the virtual platform, please remain muted until you are recognized. Honourable Blose, it is indeed unparliamentary to link the alleged failure of a member to their race. I would request you to withdraw that remark.
House Chair. House Chair.
Yes, Honourable Mahotwe.
Just help us, Chair. What must he withdraw exactly? What is?
Thank you, Honourable Mahotwe. We've dealt with the matter. The Honourable Member has withdrawn his remark. We don't need your assistance further. Thank you. Honourable
No, but Chair, you can't
withdraw that is wide.
Like that. You can't just bully people like that. You do know very well that you ought to
Mahotwe.
the member said. Firstly,
Mahotwe, I have
you don't even say what the issue is.
Honourable Mahotwe.
And now you want our member to withdraw. What exactly must he withdraw?
Honourable Mahotwe, the member has already withdrawn. I've dealt with the point of order. Please remain muted. You know full well in terms of the rules what options you have if you're disgruntled with my ruling. If you again unmute and speak without being recognized, and if you try to take this matter further, I will treat this as disorderly conduct. Honourable Blose, please continue.
So, Minister, you are an incompetent, uneducated somebody who's hiding behind.
Honourable Blose, just take your seat. Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chair. Again, the member at the podium raised insults at the Minister of Public Works. House Chairperson, I would like you to please ask him to withdraw those remarks and also warn him, because repeated insults at the Minister is, in fact, grossly disorderly conduct. He must withdraw the remarks just made at the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm dealing with this point of order, Honourable Matiase. Honourable members, I'm going to read Rule 85.1 so that we are very clear which rule is applicable. Rule 85.1 says, no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity or verbally abuse a member in any other way. Honourable Blose, it is my ruling that to not deal with the substance of the minister's statement, but to call him uneducated and a failure is indeed verbally abusive and not contributing to the debate and is therefore unparliamentary language. Please withdraw that remark and move on to the substance of the minister's statement and plan.
Chair, I've not been given an opportunity to deal with the statement. So
Honourable Blose, I've made my ruling. Please withdraw.
I'm asking, Chair, I can't say the minister is incompetent.
Honourable member,
no, it's a question. I can't say he's incompetent. Is that what I'm asking?
Withdraw that statement?
That is incompetent.
Are you going to withdraw?
No, I'm asking, Chair.
No, I'm not in a debate with you. I've made a ruling.
Okay, I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you.
I withdraw.
Move on.
House Chair, as the EFF, we've always said that our generational mission is to attain economic freedom in our lifetime, which entails building a capable state that is free of tenders, because in this country, tenders are the basis of corruption that cripples the state. To attain that objective, we have consistently called for the establishment of a state construction company which will lead construction and infrastructural projects on behalf of the state. This will eliminate all the problems currently linked to the construction and infrastructural problems in this country. Now, Minister, this South African Construction Action Plan that you have announced is nothing but a performance of political theatre from a minister that has failed to deliver the most basic mandate of the state. You tell us here today that your offices are closed and you are seeking accountability, but you can't even hold yourself accountable. We are just subjected to a minister who's obsessed by cameras and the sound of his own voice, but there's no delivery to our people. While the minister speaks of agency, action, and accountability, the lived reality of our people is that government construction sites are abandoned, hospitals remain incomplete, schools are collapsing, police stations stand half-built for many years. Construction mafias have taken over because we are led by cowards. So, Minister, you can't stand here today and pretend that you have made this discovery of incomplete projects 2 years into your ministry. Something that you should have known the day you were sworn in. We could have told you that there is a crisis in this country. It has taken you 2 years to make that discovery. Again, it proves your incompetence. You are just a man on top who is busy doing nothing. And that is the most
Honourable Blose,
ever.
Just take your seat, Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chair. I believe you have already ruled that the honourable member cannot aim that specific insult at the minister. I now rise in terms of Rule 69, which is grossly disorderly conduct. I would like you to please rule in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Michalakis, thank you, Honourable Matias. I don't need your assistance. I'll rule on this point, and then if you want to, you can address me. Honourable Michalakis, I'm going to allow that statement, and I'll explain why. Previously, the member reached the podium and started throwing what was deemed to be insults without substantiation. What we've heard now from the member is an argument around why the minister has failed, and in that context, I will allow it as protecting his rights of freedom of speech. Honorable Blose, please continue.
So I was explaining, Minister, that you are a man of top who is busy doing nothing. And that is the most useless man ever. This so-called construction action plan is not a new commitment. It's an ANC
Honorable Blose, I have a hand there.
Yeah?
Please take your seat.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, can we now start calling each other useless as well? Is that parliamentary?
Yeah.
But he's useless, Aibo.
It's not
But Chair, can our member be protected on the
members
podium?
on the virtual platform.
No, my hand is up. We are not
Please remain
recognizing.
muted. I have a point of order I'm going to deal with. In terms of
Chair,
our
please
rules,
recognize me as well.
Honorable member, if you still want to come in after I've made my ruling, I will ask whether your hand is up. If you again interrupt me while I'm busy dealing with the ruling, I will ask that you be removed from the virtual platform. Honorable Blose, I want to protect your right, the freedom of speech you enjoy. And I've made my previous ruling in your favor because you explained why you deemed the minister to have failed. But there's no need for you to add an insult along the lines of uselessness.
Chair, I never said the minister is useless.
Yeah, you exactly used that word.
No, I said the minister is a man on top. And the man on top is the useless thing, not the minister.
Yeah, no, don't play with words, Honorable Blose.
And not
please.
Okay,
please,
Chair. Can I continue?
No. The useless part I deem as an unnecessary insult.
On a point of order, House Chair.
Yeah,
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Right.
Seemingly there's other points of order.
Yeah,
So
Chair, my hand is up as well, long time ago.
Yeah, thank you. I have hands in the house as well. Let me firstly go to the virtual platform because as you've heard, they feel excluded. Honorable Mkalipi.
Yeah, Chair, can our member on the podium be respected and protected, Chair? This is a debate. Allow the debate to flow. So each member of the DA must not just stand up and disturb our members. It is uncalled for. Otherwise, we are going to enter, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. That's not a point of order. And as a matter of fact, Honorable Blose could have been a bit further in his speech if that wasn't raised. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you so much, Speaker. I think this is a matter for debate. A man on top who is not performing is useless.
Honorable Reddy.
Now, does that mean that
Honorable
the minister is that useless man?
Honorable Reddy. Honorable Reddy. I'm going to formally caution you. In terms of our rules, once I've dealt with a point of order, the matter is concluded. Your intervention is neither in terms of the rules nor appreciated. Honorable Blose, I want to protect your right to proceed with your speech. Please do so within the rules.
Thank you, House Chair. So this so-called construction action plan is nothing new, Minister. It is a promise of the ANC that was not kept. Instead of coming up with a new turnaround strategy that is real and implementable, you are just reciting old and failed projects of the ANC. The systematic failures that continue to cost us billions undermine service delivery, but you say nothing about them. So your 6-point plan is not a new invention. It's nothing of your own creativity. It has been there before and not done. You are just posturing in an attempt to fool our people. As the AFF, we reject any attempt to shift the blame to contractors and officials. In fact, the department ought to have stringent programs that promote and support emerging construction companies, which are largely black. So this plan by you, Minister, is yet another attempt to concentrate a large portion of construction projects in the hands of a few, your white friends. At the center of the construction plan must be building the capacity of the state to do its construction work, and at the same time build the capacity of emerging black construction companies. But we hear nothing of that in your plan. This plan is nothing but about subsidizing white companies. What is worse is that CIBD gradings are manipulated internationally, which puts construction and built environmental at risk. It is the political leadership that has failed to build state capacity, failed to protect infrastructure, failed to enforce accountability, and failed to transform public works into a competent custodian of the state. But Minister, if you want to do better, I've always suggested, speak to John and get him to assist you with UNISA registration, get a qualification. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honorable Nkobo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP welcomes this debate and acknowledges the intention behind the Construction Action Plan. But to move the country forward, we must confront the deeper structural issues that stand between the plans and delivery. The true test of this action plan will not be the promises made today, but whether it can confront the realities that have plagued this public infrastructure capacity for years. Our first concern is the maintenance crisis. Across the country, schools, hospitals, and government buildings are deteriorating faster than they are being repaired. Every year, the state spends billions more rebuilding what should have been preserved. On this note, we reiterate the need for a ring-fenced national maintenance budget, strict monitoring tools, and professionalized project management capacity. Secondly, we cannot ignore the infrastructure divide between urban and rural areas. The IFE insists that rural communities must form a central pillar of this plan. Rural roads remain gravel for years, clinics operate from aging structures, and public buildings are dilapidating due to slow delivery cycles. The plan must include a clear mechanism for prioritizing rural backlogs with transparent timelines and measurable indicators. Development cannot be selective, it must be inclusive. Thirdly, the action plan should equally prioritize skills development. The construction industry was once a major employer of young people, offering apprenticeships and pathways into skilled trades. Today, South Africa faces a severe shortage of artisans and engineers. This gap needs to be addressed. The department must work closely with the TVET colleges, SITAs, professional councils, and the private sector to create structured apprenticeships directly linked to existing and future projects. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to raise a related concern that the IFE has highlighted in this House before. Our country is witnessing an alarming exit of multinational companies. A credible, efficient, and reliable public infrastructure program is one of the strongest tools we have to reverse this trend. Without functional roads, efficient public buildings, and modernized transport networks, we risk turning away investments that our economy desperately needs. The IFA has long been a proponent of public-private partnerships. With our limited fiscal space, South Africa cannot rebuild its infrastructure alone. Well-structured PPPs provide an opportunity to draw private capital and technical expertise to public projects. Honorable Chairperson, the construction sector has the potential to be the greatest job creator in our country, but it requires a government that is as good as laying bricks as it is at drafting the policy documents.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
To support this plan, provided it moves
Your time has now expired.
Into the ground, where the people can see and feel the difference. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable Matopa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, honorable members. We appreciate the Minister's passion, but South Africa deserves more than speeches and promises dressed as progress. The truth is simple. Our infrastructure crisis did not begin 4 months ago, and it will not be solved by another action plan with a new acronym. Yes, South Africa's construction action plan sounds impressive on paper, but for years, this department has produced plans, committees, war rooms, and declarations while construction sites stood abandoned. Budget disappeared and communities waited in anger. Today, the Minister speaks of contractor blacklisting, digital systems, and procurement reforms as if these are breakthroughs, when in reality, they are overdue corrections to failures government allowed to fester. You made mention that the state has not been doing a good job looking after its assets, and that it had never received a clean audit. We welcome any progress, but we must be honest. 130,000 jobs created in the third quarter of 2025 means nothing if the very same projects collapse tomorrow due to weak oversight and corruption. We cannot celebrate turnaround when the department's own head office was shut down temporarily for non-compliance last week. Honorable Chairperson, South Africans need delivery, not declarations. We will judge this plan not by its promises, but by whether communities finally see projects completed on time, on budget, and without corruption. We will support this, but not sightlessly. I thank you.
The Honourable Van Staden.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the Freedom Front Plus welcomes the 6-point plan promising to turn the tide on an industry that has become synonymous with missed deadlines, disappearing contractors, and most important, the construction mafia. We agree with the Minister that this plan is a new framework to restore accountability, to fix failing projects, and to end, as in the Minister's own words, the days of doing business with a government without delivering. It is about time that bold steps are taken by a minister to get rid of project delays and the utter lack of accountability. The current state of affairs have a tremendous effect on our economy, and we can no longer sit by and see how this country are losing hundreds and billions of rands due to the near collapse of a state-led construction. There is no more time to be nice to incompetent officials, corrupt politicians and leaders, people who are not fit to do their job that were appointed to do, that resulted in a weak system of project management, poor planning, and budget and cash flow constraints. South Africans are sick and tired of all of this. They are also sick and tired of dilapidated and hijacked government buildings. They are sick and tired of a construction mafia syndicate that are stealing their hard-working tax money to enrich themselves and corrupt leaders. They are also sick and tired of promises made by a department in the previous administration that was just lip service. We don't have any time for lip service and the protecting of thieves any longer. These crooks and thieves need to be charged, arrested, and brought before the court so that justice can prevail once and for all. Corrupt persons must know that their days are numbered and that this government must start to fix the wrongdoing of the previous administrations. South Africans want to see people and companies not only blacklisted, but sent to jail and to close shop forever. Enough is enough. The message to those who destroyed our country must be clear. Run. South Africans are tired of plans that do not work and projects that are not completed. I am simply applauding a plan that is now tabled, that has concrete steps and providing us with enough information on how the 6-point plan will be implemented and executed. That is why we will support this plan. We must do everything in our power to restore law and order in this country. Chairperson, I just have only one request to the Minister, and that is do not just blacklist companies, but blacklist the persons behind those companies, like the owners, directors, and board of directors in their personal capacity. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honourable Kobe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, it is astonishing the lengths to which this department, and particularly this minister, will go to parade yet another shiny, sugar-coated plan before this House. The minister appears today for his 10 minutes of fame, yet cannot find the time or the courage to appear before the very Public Works Committee that is tasked with the responsibility of holding him accountable for the myriad of crises consuming his department. When the plan was first announced in October, House Chair, it happened to be on the very same day that the minister absented himself from our portfolio committee meeting that was convened to address the most grave scandal that is yet to hit his department, the 800 million IDT oxygen plant tender. And what did the committee receive in place of accountability? A heavily redacted report and no minister in sight. And Honourable House Chair, this is not an isolated incident. Look at the George building collapse report, delayed into oblivion. Look at the Telkom Towers report that is still languishing on his desk, yet to make his way to the portfolio committee. Every time the pattern is identical. He dodges, deflects, disappears, and then magically reappears for another PR stunt. No accountability, no urgency, and certainly no consequences for the So, Honourable House Chair, while Action SA will always support genuine efforts to create employment and shift the trajectory of our state, PR exercise from the minister is anything more than political window dressing. It will not, and it will lose its shine the moment real world realities confront this department, realities that the minister himself seems to be too afraid to face. I said this yesterday during Action SA's BRRR submission, and it demands repetition today, right now, that there may be a new face at the top, but every indicator tells us it is business as usual. The cost of this negligence is borne not by the minister nor by the department, but by very ordinary South Africans. We note the thousands of jobs that the construction industry has produced in the last quarter, but let's be very clear. The creation of construction jobs is happening in spite of the minister and not because of the minister. Because if this were the case, then we would have seen a completion of Wani Police Station, Mamelodi Magistrate Court, and many others that his very own colleague from the DA, Honourable Madikizela, mentioned that are being held hostage by this department's incompetence. As Action SA, we will monitor this plan with vigilance, and we will hold the minister accountable to every single word that he has uttered to this House. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Thring.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The ACDP welcomes the Minister's announcement of the South African Construction Action Plan, and we recognise the urgency of recovering delayed projects and restoring accountability. And we commend the 6 key actions outlined, which include blacklisting, defaulting contractors, ring-fencing budgets, digital tracking, procurement war rooms, real-time audit collaboration, professionalization of practitioners, and the dismantling of the construction mafia. These measures, if implemented fully, can help to bring hope back to our communities through completed schools, hospitals, and constitutional projects. The ACDP notes that the Minister himself acknowledged public frustration with incomplete projects and the lack of accountability that continues to plague the sector, despite many inspiring but failed plans. We note that the public sector capital expenditure has risen from some 234 billion in 2023 to 276 billion in 2024. This positive momentum in infrastructure spend must be maintained. The ACDP asserts that businesses or contractors who bid for tenders must be properly vetted, and the bona fides of the successful contractor must be interrogated in terms of their capacity, track record, and integrity to deliver. This vigilance is not about obstruction, but about partnership in ensuring that public money is spent wisely and that communities receive the infrastructure they deserve. Moreover, businesses participating in SACAP must do so ethically. This means embracing transparent procurement processes, submitting realistic bids, and committing to professional standards. It means engaging constructively with war rooms and audit mechanisms rather than treating them as obstacles. By doing so, the sector can help ensure that this action plan is not only a departmental declaration, but a genuine partnership for delivery. Honourable House Chairperson, as Kingdom Builders, the ACDP will support this action plan, including measures which restore pride and self-respect to our communities through completed schools, clinics, hospitals, courts, and other projects. But we will also hold the Minister, this department, as well as the business sector accountable to ensure that this action plan builds concretely and does not build speeches for applause. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the UDM?
Yes, indeed, House Chair, there is.
Please continue, Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you. For many years, General Bandolo Mesa and the UDM have argued that South Africa urgently needs a national infrastructure map, which is a single transparent plan that tracks every public project, its cost, its progress, and who's responsible for it. This, we argued, that would help government identify risks early, coordinate better across departments, and stop the confusion and waste that so often derails service delivery. We therefore welcome the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure's South African Construction Action Plan because it moves in the direction the UDM has long called for. But we must be honest, our challenges run much deeper. In many municipalities across the country, public officials demand bribes for releasing payments for work already completed. These bribes are added into the project pricing, which pushes up costs and wastes taxpayers' money. This culture of corruption is one of the biggest reasons why projects run late, go over budget, or never get finished at all. Contractors also carry responsibility. Too many start a project, take money, and then deliver shoddy work or abandon the site. The Eastern Cape shows this clearly. Several schools and community projects have suffered huge cost overruns because the first round of work was so poor that it had to be rebuilt. In some cases, funds meant for safe school infrastructure projects were misused, leaving learners in unsafe conditions. Housing is another painful example. Thousands of RDB houses around the country have had to be rebuilt because of poor workmanship. For other proof, we have to look no further. Even houses provided to members of parliament labeled often as prestige projects are far from prestigious. Many resemble shacks, yet millions of rands are spent maintaining them on an annual basis. All these failures, House Chair, have a real economic consequence. When infrastructure is delayed, overpriced, or badly built, investment slows and jobs are lost. South Africa has struggled to meet its investment targets, partly because we cannot deliver infrastructure reliably. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure must therefore play a much stronger, hands-on role to ensure projects are completed on time, within budget, and according to proper standards. The UDM calls for strong oversight, tougher consequence management, and end to bribery for construction projects. The adoption of National Infrastructure Map championed by General Olomisa and the UDM is therefore a very welcome and important step towards finally delivering infrastructure that supports growth and improves people's lives. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Ghana.
As Rise Mzansi, we do welcome the Construction Action Plan, Minister. On paper, this plan addresses many of the root causes plaguing the government construction projects. We do welcome, as Rise Mzansi, the focus on accountability, both internally and for service providers, as well as the use of new technology to better track project progress and step in before a small issue becomes insurmountable. It is also encouraging to see a clear focus on financial controls and governance within national and provincial departments. It's no wonder that this plan has received such a welcome reception. However, the success of the plan cannot be measured by its words alone, but by the tangible results it delivers. Our economy is in desperate need of new construction projects. But first, we must repair the foundation. We need to repair and maintain our existing government stock. This is the problem that South Africans encounter every day. Dilapidated hospitals, uninhabitable police stations, and run-down schools. We cannot build anew while our existing buildings are wasting away. South Africans will not measure the success of this plan by shiny new buildings that will pop up, but by the state of the police stations, the hospitals, the courts in their communities. We must adopt the same measure of success in our evaluation of this plan. Then and only then can we shift our focus to new construction projects. And when we do so, we have to preempt the decay that is affecting our existing government stock. So, Minister, you must ensure that every new construction project is accompanied by a proper maintenance plan that will ensure that every new building can be enjoyed for generations to come. Let this plan be the first step in restoring our government buildings and building a solid foundation for future projects. Let us ensure that this plan does not stay mere pretty words on the page, but it gets done.
Thank you. The Honourable Maimane.
Thank you, House Chair. I, Nobuntu Hlazo-Webster, will be taking Maimane's time this evening.
You're welcome.
We welcome the Minister's candor about the crisis in public construction. We welcome that he has admitted that there is indeed a crisis and that South Africans have endured this crisis for years is something that we can't ignore. They've endured unfinished clinics, stalled schools, collapsing roads, and billions wasted with actually no delivery. The Auditor General has already recorded over 600 million, which has been lost to incomplete and abandoned projects only in Gauteng. SACAP, as presented today, has been presented as a turnaround plan. And while it includes important reforms like digital tracking, blacklisted procurement war rooms, we have to confront a very serious omission in that it does not meaningfully address the sphere where infrastructure failure is deepest, and that is local government. The minister details 6 interventions, but every single one sits at national and provincial level. Yet the greatest backlogs, the worst engineering failures that we see, the abandoned sites and the collapsed procurement systems are overwhelmingly in municipalities. Honourable Speaker, we acknowledge that local government is a separate sphere, but we have to also be honest and say that the minister does have levers, even within SACAP, that could actually strengthen municipal delivery. That national blacklisting system could be made binding on municipalities. The tracking system could be extended to municipal projects. The professionalization of the built environment could be applied across all spheres. And then we also have to, House Chair, recognize this. We see and we've heard in SACAP the mention of creation of jobs, but to sustain progress, we have to ensure that growth entrenched networks. South Africa's construction future must include Black-owned firms, township contractors, young engineers, artisans, emerging SMMEs, and that is actually missing from SACEP, but we would understand why, because the DA is itself quite against redress or economic redress at all. But we can't have procurement reform in name only. It has to have in the pipeline those who've been historically left out and are actually currently in present day left out. So to succeed, there has to be a transparency system across all spheres, including municipalities. There has to be real consequence management, not seasonal blacklisting, and a construction economy that expands opportunity for township-based SMMEs, for small businesses, for emerging and new players within the industry. Lastly, South Africans—
Thank you, Honourable Member. Unfortunately, your time has expired.
It should deliver on what is promised. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the ATM? Is there a speaker on behalf of Al Jamaa, the NCC, the PAC, the UAT, Good Party, Honourable Mashlangu?
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members of Parliament, the African National Congress firmly supports the South African Construction Action Plan. This plan represents a fundamental shift in how government delivers public construction and infrastructure to the people. It introduces accountability measures, constructor blacklisting processes, solutions to cash flow challenges, digital infrastructure tracking, procurement reforms, improved audit and government mechanism. And lastly, it will professionalize the built environment within public sector. Honourable House Chair, we have lived through the consequences of delayed information flow, fragmented data system. Too often, poor performers continue securing contracts because key data sources, such as constructing industry development board records, National Treasurer's database, department informations, and Auditor General's findings are not integrated or updated timelessly. This fragmentation slows the identification of repeat offenders and contributes to gaps in evidence and weak contract management. Performance information, progress reports, extension of time decisions, payment histories, and quality assessment is frequently inconsistent and poorly documented. Because of these weaknesses, blacklisting decisions often lack reliable and auditable proof, making them legally vulnerable. This action plan seeks to close this gap. A major challenge across the sector is cash flow instability. Many contractors, especially small enterprises, wait 60 to 180 days for payment. This delay disrupts the entire delivery chain, from subcontractor wages to material procurement. Added to this are prolonged order adjustment, sluggish tender processes, and late project start time, all of which places immense pressure on contractors. Administrative burdens, compliance requirements, and verification delays further slow the movements of funds. SACEP aims at establishing this environment by improving efficiency, strengthening payments, and administrative systems. Another reality we face is the persistent digital divide between urban and rural communities. Implementing digital tracking system in remote areas remains difficult due to weak internet connectivity, unreliable electricity supply, and high cost of digital infrastructure upgrades. Many public works programs simply lack resources to install and maintain these technologies. This is why the introduction of digital infrastructure tracking nationwide is not a luxury, Honourable Numalo, but a necessity. Procurement reform remains vital in our fight against corruption. Our country has seen the impact of bid rigging, bribery, and tender irregularities. Weak control and opaque processes continue to open doors for manipulation. Without skilled personnel, adequate training, and effective management systems, even the best reforms do fail. Strengthening monitoring and evaluation is equally critical. Too many audits are delayed or superficial, allowing governance failures to persist. Excessive bureaucracy and slow decision-making further hinder swift action on audit findings. SACEP responds directly to these systematic issues. Today, National and Provincial Public Works and Infrastructure Department are designing and constructing projects worth 14 billion. This includes measures such as the 700 million refurbishment of 85 Anderson Street in Joburg, now 64% complete, employing over 210 local workers, supporting 22 SMMEs, and training more than 100 young people through EPWP. Many additional projects collectively valued at hundreds of millions of rands are ready to go out on tender and will commence before end of the financial year. This is how we turn South Africa into a vibrant construction site while stimulating local economy. Professionalizing the built environment within the public sector begins with addressing budgetary constraints. Many infrastructure projects, such as from underspending, unrealistic budgeting, or misaligned priorities, leading to delays, cost overruns in some cases, project abandonment. While South Africa has strong regulatory frameworks supporting infrastructure development, implementing remains uneven. SACEP provides the foundation for consistent, credible, and professional public sector delivery. Chairperson, this action plan is not just a policy document. It is a commitment to rebuilding state capacity, restoring accountability, ensuring public construction serves the people effectively and transparently. Through cooperation, performance, and accountability, we can transform the sector, advance the country developmental agenda. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that concludes party responses. To reply to the debate, I recognise the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. On a lighter note, the plan is claimed to be an ANC plan by some members of the opposition, and then the Honourable Conquer claimed that it was a plan delivered by General Holomisa. So I'm a bit confused as to whose plan it is, but we can hopefully get to the bottom of that. Let me just say, what a miserable bunch the opposition really are. They are like the Grinch trying to steal Christmas. They can't stomach good news. They can't stomach progress. They hate job creation. They hate economic growth. It really is a sight.
But we love school.
Let me tell you what, you can, if this is what your education gives you, you can keep it. Let me then just say, it's quite something for the MK to say that they've disappointed at what we've heard or what they've said today, that this plan isn't new, that it's 10 years old. I'd like to see the proof of that. And then they make an interesting claim that we failed disabled young people. Now, just last week, honourable members, we launched the new framework for disabled people in EPWP. Last week we did that. And yet they can't even recognize any good thing in Durban, actually. You should have come. You would have been invited, no problem. And not even good things like that.
Food will be so bad.
Order, Honourable Minister, my apologies. Honourable members on the virtual platform, please remain muted until you're recognised.
They want to dish it out, but they can't take it. Then I want to say the EFF has been reduced to a political party of insults. That's all they can give. Nothing substantive, nothing of interest, no ideas.
We know lecture halls, we know lecturers, the EFF, nothing. You don't know
Just
any.
proves my point.
Honourable member.
But what the EFF did speak about, and this is what I will agree with them, is they said that tenders cripple the state. And I agree with them because it was the on-point tender for 52 million rand that delivered absolutely nothing in Limpopo that deliberately crippled that community. Then they go on to talk about state capacity. Let's talk about EFF capacity. In 2019, they promised to build a school within 5 years, and they said, if we don't deliver it, please don't vote for us. They still have not delivered the school. That is just a bankrupt EFF capacity. They
Honourable Minister, I have order on the virtual platform.
Very out of order, Minister. Very out of order.
That is what Public Works is subjected.
Order.
That is exactly it.
Honourable members on the virtual platform. Honourable Davids, please remain muted. Honourable Matthias, did you want to be recognised?
Honourable Chair, you have called on us to be restrained, and I don't know why you are not restraining. It's uncultured, it's uneducated.
No, Honourable Matthias, do you have a point of order?
The point of order is this honourable member who has got no regard whatsoever of the privilege given to him to be called a minister.
Yeah, Honourable Matthias, that's an opinion you're expressing. It's not a point of order.
That he must stop referring to things that he don't have got no comprehension.
No, Honourable Matthias, as much as I want to listen to a point of order, that's not a point of order.
Make his speech, but not refer to the EFF.
Yeah, no, thank you, Honourable Matthias. I can't direct the minister to do that. This is a political debate. And as he said,
then you can't direct us as well on what to say to the minister.
Honourable Davids on the virtual platform. If you unmute one more time without being recognised, I will ask that you be removed. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you. You either delivered the school or you didn't. Then let's talk about the focus on contractor development. There's an accusation that we don't focus on emerging contractors. We have allocated through the CIDB a record-breaking 300 million rand for contractor development, so we can see more and new contractors come in. You should have supported us on that. Then
how many were manipulated?
Let's talk about blacklisting.
Honourable Minister, please just hold on. Honourable Davids on the virtual platform. I've now given you ample warnings. Please remove the honourable member. Honourable Skosana.
Yeah, no, Chair, I just want to place it on record that Honourable Davids is here. So there's somebody from another party who has used Honourable Davids' name in their gadget. Honourable Davids is here. So the person who's disturbing the House is not the Honourable Davids from the ANC.
I take that point. And yeah, we see the Honourable Davids here, and unless she has superpowers or magic powers, I agree. But the Honourable the Davids, the one using the virtual login, has now been kicked out. Whoever then that is, and maybe we must table staff. We must look into how we can better verify who is then assisting. Order, honourable members. With that interlude out of the way, Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you. It's a short jump, Honourable Dugmore, from misappropriating money in Limpopo to misappropriating a member of your party's name. So not to be unexpected. Then when we look at...
On a point of order.
Honourable Ntlangweni, I'll listen to you. You've not raised your hand on the virtual platform, though. Please do so in future. Honourable Ntlangweni.
I will do, House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. I think members on the virtual platform can't be blamed for
some oversight to name changes, because some of the name changes do happen by table staff. So that is, we can't be blamed, or our members can't be blamed for that. And then that slight comment that the minister is attempting to make, can he please withdraw that?
No, Honourable Ntlangweni, I've not heard anything on parliamentary, the minister has said. I take your comment around the ability of our IT department to assist members really with name changes. It's not supposed to happen unilaterally. As I said, we'll look into that matter. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you. On contractor blacklisting, in the last 20 years, only 2 contractors were blacklisted. In the last 12 months, we have blacklisted 40. That is progress, and you should have congratulated us for that. Let me say to Honourable van Staden, absolutely, we don't want to just blacklist companies, but we also want to blacklist individuals. Honourable Madikizela, let me say that the issue that you have raised, I think is an important one. And where officials are requiring money for payment, that information must be brought to us and we will deal with them, because no person should be stopped from being paid by the state because an official attempts to get in the way. And that's why we are also focusing very heavily on supply chain management reform to ensure that we also make awards to competent contractors. Far too often, we give contractors business who have no idea of how to build anything. In fact, there was a person who was tendering. Their only experience was building an outdoor gym, and then they wanted to build a prison. I mean, it's impossible to actually do something like that. The other point that we would make around supply chain management is that the budgets must be ring-fenced for infrastructure projects. They change midway through, client departments move them around, and then we sit with incomplete projects there. Let me then respond to the Honourable Kobe last. Let me just point out Action SA's deep hypocrisy when it comes to governance. In Tshwane, they want to blame the DA for everything that's wrong in Tshwane.
CP is giving you guys chest pains.
Honourable Kobe on the virtual platform. I expect better of you. You have not been recognized. Please remain muted until you are being recognized. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you. And then in national government, they want to blame the DA for what is going on at the moment. And it can't be on both scores like that. What I also want to say is that the Honourable Kobe has this obsession and this idea that I must sit in every single committee meeting while at the same time fixing things. You can't do both. And the audacity of her to bring up the IDT here in this House is unbelievable. This is the same honourable member who suggested and made a public statement that I should be suspended for fighting corruption in the IDT. She tried to stop me from doing it. And
no, from bribing journalists.
Honourable Kobe,
Honourable House Chair, my hand has been raised.
No, Honourable Kobe, I will give you one final warning. If you unmute again without being recognized, I will ask that you be removed. Honourable Trollip.
Yeah, on a point of order, I think that if the minister says that she did that and she says she didn't, he must prove that she said that.
No, Honourable Trollip, her intervention was not in terms of the rules, and this is a debate. No, your intervention inserts yourself into the debate. You're not raising a point of order. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thanks. I think, Honourable Trollip, if you go and research your statements that go out in your party's name, you will see it there. So the goal for her then to come here and talk about me not dealing with the IDT is extraordinary. Then she goes on to talk about the George building collapse. What she fails to mention is the the memorandum that the families handed to the committee that she attended in George, where they said that the Minister of Public Works is the only minister who's actually come and met with the families, consoled us, offered us assistance, and has actually supported us. She didn't tell you that. What she also didn't tell you is that the George families themselves have said, please do not release the reports because we don't want to get the crooks off of the hook. And if you do that, that is one sure way to do so. So I don't know whose side she's on. She's either on the George family side or she's on the crooks that she's trying to get off. But let me just say that the only part of the speech, of her speech that I enjoyed.
Honourable Minister, please just hold on. Honourable Kobe on the virtual platform. I see that your hand is up.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, is the Minister prepared to take a question?
I will ask of the Minister. Honourable Minister, are you prepared to take a question at this point?
No, because I was just about to reflect on the
No, thank you, Honourable Kobe.
That's fine, Chair. Thank you.
The best part of her speech was when it kept cutting out intermittently. That was the part that I enjoyed the most. Thank you so much.
Like your performance.
Honourable Kobe, you have again unmuted without being recognised. Will the table staff please move the member Kobe from the virtual platform? Order, honourable members. Please, will you stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber? That concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.